Nhiều kia nó có cái vạch gì á, nó mờ.
Nhưng vạch em làm gì có?
Nó có cái kẻ cái chữ.
Đây, ok, rồi, hiểu rồi. Đây. Anh chuyên nghiệp hơn, anh còn chỉ phải đó, chỉ ở đây. Thì ra đây.
Ladies and gents, welcome to the stream for the day. Red Dragon Plus Championship. This is our main event for the series. Day 1C will be our focus for today. Thanks so much for joining us. My name's Corey Van Jay. I'll be joined in just a moment by Dean. Dean, have I got you with me already?
You sure do, mate. How you doing?
Spectacular. Good, glad to be here in the booth. Looking forward to all the action as we play this thing down to the end of the day. Jumping in a little bit early, I think we've just had the one session of play so far for these guys. We'll be picking it up here and going all the way through to the end of day 1C until these guys bag up all their chips.
Two five. Không, nó quăng 2 gửi rồi, no, two five.
Few shout outs in the stream chats. Yeah, Jamie X saying hello in YouTube and James TT in Twitch. Hello to you both. Oh, I like this. I like this a lot. Suyu has 3-bet from under the gun 2 with the King Queen O. Definitely like this as a mix. Sizing's probably a little smaller than I would do, but I do like it as a mix of the 3-bet. What are you thinking, Corey?
Yeah, it's a hand that doesn't play all that well as a call against an under-the-gun open, especially when you factor in there's so many players still behind you left to act that could either come in and punish with a squeeze themselves or even just call and take position on you. King-Queen offsuit generally plays okay heads up, but it's not great multi-way out of position, and it's also not a great hand facing a 4-bet. We are straight into the action here in our Red Dragon Plus Championship Day 1C. We have a 4-bet bluff on hand 1.
I was not expecting that from Ace 10.
Wayne clearly here to play.
Considering that, like...
Round. Yeah, not at all.
No, Ace 10's like pretty close to the bottom of the open of under the gun. It is the bottom of the open of under the gun. 8-handed. So, yeah, to then find that as the 4-bet.
Yeah, I was not expecting to see that at all. Looks like if that's anything to judge how the rest of the day is going to go, we are in for a treat. We could have some Wild West poker on our hands.
Yeah, Waping definitely came in there with a 4-bet and just sort of said, do not push me around.
I wonder if the element of being just moved to the stream table had anything to do with that move.
Definitely can, can't it?
Yeah, having all the lights on you and knowing that your cards are being recorded, knowing that there's going to be people watching, certainly affect how a lot of people approach the game.
I definitely know a lot of people that I talk about get really nervous before going on stream, especially the ones that don't get to go on stream regularly. But I actually think it's just a great opportunity. It is so good to be able to go back and review some of this stuff with other people. Having it where you can see all the cards, see what you're doing, remember what you were thinking in that moment. It's a really good learning tool to go back and review streams.
Yeah, very valuable tool.
No doubt you've probably done it with a few of your people that you train up, a few of your students.
Certainly have. Yeah, I mean it's also really handy in the sense that it's sometimes going to shine a little bit of light on a leak that you never would have considered. The nature of
Mm-hmm.
poker is that you're making mistakes because you don't know they're mistakes. And if you don't know
Yep.
that there's a mistake there in the first place, it might not be something that you're looking at or trying to improve anyway. And the stream can sometimes catch that, and especially if you're going through it with a coach or a player that is very sharp that you're studying with, sometimes they'll be able to catch something that you never would have even considered looking at.
Mm.
Pre-dream turn card for win here with the King Jack. Flops the gut shot, does make the straight on the turn. The second barrel will get through. Halfway's fives not going to be able to stand up to much on that board.
Được kêu sư phụ luôn. Thì nó nói chữ sư phụ giống tiếng Việt mình mà. Sensei và tiếng Nhật. Chuyện thì biết.
Did you get up to much today, Corey?
Nothing particularly exciting. There was no more toasting being done today. Just a nice, relaxing morning with Mum and the Pooch. Yeah, I was really looking forward to flopping around and looking for some more lawnmowers to get toasty on, but I might have to save that for one of my breaks later this evening. We actually we dabbled in a little bit of Baldur's Gate 3 today.
Oh,
Don't know if you played it yourself, but I highly recommend.
I haven't, but I've definitely heard of it a lot. So we have talked about it a little bit on stream already, but there has been a confirmation that the next RDPT Plus event is coming up in July, from the 8th to the 19th of July. So just under 3 months' time.
should be another pretty spectacular series. I mean, if this one is anything to go by, a couple of pretty significant six-figure prizes awarded already here at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Plus. Very excited that we're going to keep the momentum going into July and hopefully throughout the year. Guys, make sure you're following all of the Red Dragon socials. Play Red Dragon just about everywhere. There is a lucky draw giveaway. So be sure to head over to the Instagram, check that out. I think that one's just going over the next few days, so do be quick and go and give that a look. Make sure you enter, be in the draw.
Nice turn for Khan here.
What have we just witnessed? Dean, am I missing something? Check overbet jam with the 6-4 of spades.
Yeah, you are. You
Excuse me?
unblock a lot with the 6-4.
Yeah, I mean...
Whoa, definitely. We're going into the streets, mate. Leave you at the door.
We are off road is where we are. Wowzers.
Let's see what happens on this one. We've already seen some pretty gangster hands already.
Yeah, we've seen a random 6-high check overbet jam on the turn. And we've seen the 4-bet bluff under the gun versus +2 with the ace-10. We've only been here like 10 minutes.
Yep. Khan does open up.
You're paying with the
ace-queen
suited,
very
going to
reasonable
bump
setting.
it up to 2.5k.
And E comes along with the call. And he does just let it go, despite having the flush draw there. even if it is only 7 high.
We saw Wei Ping go after it with the ace-10 not that long ago with that 4-bet bluff, and he's going to open things up again here. You did mention that ace-10 off seemed like it should be around the bottom of the opening range from under the gun, but seeing this team, I think that might not be the case for this particular player. Queen-6 suited, EP, let's get in there.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe ace 10 O is the top of the range. That's why they felt like they needed a 4-bet. If you're playing all
Perhaps,
the hands,
yeah,
ace
that could be
10's
the case.
right up there. I have been liking the 2.5 sizing to start off with how deep we are.
Yeah, for sure. Ace 4 off the boat here. On the looser side from the cutoff, but it's not totally unreasonable.
Sizing a little bit bigger. Wonder if that's them or whether that's because they're a bit later in position. We'll definitely find these things out. Quang, though, definitely calling the ace 10 suited from big blind.
Yeah, 10-7 deuce flop. That's pretty beautiful for win here. Top. 8 of diamonds on the turn. Got to start going for some value now. But with just ace high, no draws, can only beat complete bluffs.
Quanh. Không nhớ, không ai nhớ hết. Chắc nó không bị cái pha vô lý gì đâu. Không đi lớp mấy những cây vô lý gì đâu.
I will test the theory about the opening range here. Queen, Jack, offsuit, four-way ping, and he is going to let that one go. Saw Queen 6 suited getting amongst it just a moment ago from the early position, but he will pass on it this time. Ace 5 suited here for your Pang.
Cái này là nóng rồi.
Anh mặc áo khoái đó.
He will let that one go. And we see a pocket pair for halfway. Off to a flop we go. 7k in the middle. Small continuation bet here on the Jack-Jack 9 flop. With the 2 pair here, halfway could certainly be sticking around, especially for a bet this size. Certainly could be in very bad shape. King of Diamonds on the turn. Takes over once more. Your Pan can certainly represent this king. Early position open. Makes a lot of sense. Eight of spades on the river.
And does just give up. Hellway will be pretty happy to take that one down without too much additional pressure, with the hand just getting worse and worse for them. If anyone is in the Twitch, YouTube streets, please do pop in, say hello, let us know how you're doing. Trying to remember where that car is from. Is that from like Cars or something like that? Or one of maybe the sequels? Looks like those sort of eyes. Not sure. Suyu opens up the Ace Jack O. Just going to min click. Despite the fact that they're about 100 bigs deep. However, Boo has 3-bet the 9-8 suited. And Wei-Ping has Queen 9 suited in the big blind. Facing a 3-bet from under the gun 2, it's normally just a fold, but he did like the look of it. It was pretty. Let's lay it down. What do you want to do here? 4-bet one? I feel like those are 4-betting chips. 4-bet to 12,000. Basically just a click. So min raise to 2k, 3-bet to 6k, 4-bet to 12, which is quite small considering that it's out of position. And a call by Boo. They both whiff the flop, but you would expect that this is going to benefit the pre-flop aggressor more. And he goes with a touch under 30%. But Bew is going to have to just let it go. Probably prefer a little bit of a smaller c-bet on the 4-bet, if I'm honest. Something more like the 20%, 25% range rather than 33, but it got the job done. A lot of people been at the series with the Vietnam poker patches. A very good Vietnamese contingent. Who comes in with the Ace King O, opens and takes it down, doesn't get any of the shenanigans he got last hand, and probably slightly disappointed. It's always a bit brutal when you get in a battling war and then the next hand you get a hand and there is no battling.
Lên bài này tập trung quá, không dám biểu diễn.
Lên đây không dám biểu diễn à? Lại lên 200 rồi, siêu rồi.
Quang opens up the King Queen O from hijack to 2.5. Very reasonable. But do you know what doesn't look as good when the next player on the button opens up kings. Alright, we've seen Wei Ping already opened some different hands. But this is definitely going to get 3-bet. What have they gone to? 7.5 seems fairly reasonable. Yeah, and that's what they've gone to. Being quite deep, they could have gone a little bit bigger even if they wanted to. But this hand just does not play that well in a 3-bet pot. I would personally recommend be folding it. But they have flatted and they're going to get into a lot of trouble here. They've flopped top pair against an overpair. And this overpair will definitely be c-betting. And it's not out of the realms for Quang to try and check raise here either. So what sizing does he go? Wei Peng looks like 5,000. About 25%, maybe slightly more. Pretty reasonable. And gets the call. Does just stick in the call against the 3-bet. Quang is going to be feeling fairly comfortable here. But is in a world of hurt. Facing the 3-bet, you'd expect just to see another check here from Quang. Let's see what Vietnam Poker Plus Quang does. Long tank without any action. And they have checked now. And Wei Peng, I did not see how much it was. We will wait and see. And then gets a check of the entire stack as well. 13k into 28. Still, see, I think that one's a little small, if it was me. This is into 28. I'd probably... Oh, it's pretty close. It's just under half pot. Just under. But they're definitely not going anywhere here with top pair. Do they look at taking control now? They do just call. And the river is a 7. They do look like they want to put a little bit of bet out themselves, try and take control. They're unlikely to have that many 7s though, considering they flattered the turn. You would expect that turn bet to get rid of a lot of 7s, especially in this 3-bet pot. Really would not mind seeing a little bit of a raise here. It does feel quite capped. Like, maybe 9s play this way, but probably not. It just doesn't feel like much other than a block bet with top pair, which we can see that it is. He has raised. Well done, Wei Peng. I like this. What sizing did you go with? 36. Very reasonable. Good amount. Not to scare away our customer, but still enough to make them think that there can be some bluffs here. And Quang is looking at the chip count again. He's faced aggression at every street. 3-bet pre. He check called flop, check called turn. He led river and got raised. I have a feeling like he is going to call off. I feel like he's a little bit married to the queen here. He's not going to put it all in, is he? That'd be absolutely wild. He does bin it. Okay. Well, you got the information you wanted for 13.5. Very nice pot for Wei Peng. Takes themselves up to 137,000 chips. Good for 137 bigs.
Pretty good disciplined fold on the river there from the King Queen. Certainly never feels good to have to relinquish a hand that strong, especially with that second kicker as well. But
yeah,
had to be done, and he did find the fold.
He did. However, the whole hand started when he called the 3-bet out of position with King Queen O. And I just feel like he could have put that one in the bin pre. It's not a great hand facing a 3-bet.
Going to take an opportunity to potentially get some redemption here. Jack 9 suited up against the under the gun open. Does start with a call. This is a little bit loose facing an open from the earliest position, But it is a hand that flops really nicely, plays really well post, and you are very, very deep, so you can justify getting a little more speculative at this point in the tournament while there's still so many chips behind. 4 ways to a flop here. The king 4 going to flick in the defend in the big blind. You got to be careful about making these sorts of defends against early position opponents. But
Don't know what you're talking about, mate.
we are going to see Oyang rewarded. Yeah, never mind me. Top and bottom pair for the big blind defender.
Absolutely nothing for the Jack 9 of
It
clubs.
shocked me to see a c-bet here. Oh yeah, no, Jack 9's completely whiffed. Every suit except for the one that he's holding is out there. But he is the one that's going to be betting, and this 6k is being fired into the abyss. 4% equity, and the chance of getting your opponent with the king 4 to fold by the river is extremely low.
Yeah, and he is getting check raised as well here.
It's going to take some pretty specific runouts. Yeah. So I think either of these players are getting to the turn. The 7's facing this action. Not much to be done. The Jack 9 suited. You had your fun. You had your stab. Time to give it up.
Yeah.
Going with the big blind defend.
I don't know about you.
And the flop check raise. Just down.
I always feel if I've got a suited hand and the flop is rainbow and I don't flop a backdoor flush draw, I feel really hard done by.
Yeah, that feels bad.
How do you... I have suited clubs, it's a rainbow board, and I don't have a backdoor flush draw. Like, rough.
Seems unfair.
All right, third time's the charm here for Quang. Ace 10-0, under the gun 1. Very reasonable, although went for a bigger sizing this time. It's gone to 3k. And let's see what Khan wants to do here. You also might be able to help me out, Corey. Is that little figurine, is that from like Cars or something like that? It looks very like Cars animated, that sort of eyes and stuff like that.
Yeah, that definitely looks like the Cars art style. I mean, it looks like an aeroplane. I'm going to Google aeroplane from Cars. Hold on.
We need Liam. He would know.
Surely.
Oh, hello. Oh, that was a snug fold. So we had Corey. We had under the gun 1 open ace 10-0. Cut off 3-bet the king queen 0. Small blind snap bin the ace queen 0.
I actually think that's a good discipline fold. Given
Not when
that
they're getting out
the
when
original
all the
raise
3
come
bets
from
that
early
we've been
position.
seeing.
I mean, yeah, we have been seeing some nonsense, and the thing is, when we are at a position with the ace queen here, I think our options are to 4-bet.
Oh, it's definitely 4-bet or fold. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Call is definitely not an option. So the one option that we're left with that involves us putting chips in the pot involves us putting lots of chips into the pot. And if we think that our opponents are going to be stickier, if we think that any of our opponents are on the tighter side, then it's going to just simply be a matter of there's probably going to be better spots to find. We're early on in a main event. I think is this a 100k start stack, Dean? It feels like a 100k start stack. So I mean, we're playing what feels like infinite big blinds. We just don't have to be taking the high risk, high variance spots at this point in the tournament, and so that could be a part of the thought process leading to that fold as well.
So I think it's an 80k start stack.
Okay.
And we again have an open. That's, to be honest, probably a little bit out of line with the Queen Jack O in under the gun 1, getting 3-bet by the Ace 10 in cutoff and taking it down.
EG 3 hả?
Yeah, punished.
So this is a 4 million Korean won buy-in, which is about 3.7k Australian.
Not a small amount of money, but it is going to be a large amount of entries, which generates a pretty monstrous prize pool. These guys are going to be playing for mountains of cash when we get to the back end of this thing.
I wouldn't be surprised if first is somewhere around the 1 billion Korean won vicinity.
That's a big number.
So this is
also
is day
important
1C.
update, Dean. It doesn't look like that figurine is from Cars.
Outrageous. How not? How come?
Yeah. I can't find any of the planes from Cars that look like this particular plane. Sorry to tell you.
There was a specific movie by the same people called Planes. Did you look into that?
Yes, I did. I had a look at planes, and I could not find any planes from Planes or planes from Cars that looked like that particular plane.
Where's our resident dad? Ooh. Super Wings? I think it might be Super Wings. Yep. It's from a TV series. Yep. Because he's got the little legs too.
Well, there you go. The little legs, like wheels.
No, not like wheels. Little legs. You'll see.
I need to look at this plane.
It's definitely the right one, though. I feel happy that I've sussed this out. And you can even see it underneath the character, the little legs. For whipping with 5s under the gun. Don't see him folding a pocket pair, personally. Does look like he clicks it to 3k.
Legs, aren't they?
I wasn't lying. Khan, though, with the kings in under the gun 1. And he... Oh, look at this. This is getting spicy. Khan has flattered the kings in under the gun 1. I love this. I love it. Because this table has not minded a 3-bet. He's not getting it here, but if you can get a 3-bet, then weeping calls, and then you can put in a little back raise, you know? But he is going to take it 3 ways.
Let's see if it works out for him. There's the potential for this to backfire, and, I mean, it's going to feel on this flop like it might have backfired. We see that those kings are still well out in front.
Or it's going to feel like I didn't 3-bet and I didn't lose more money because an ace has come. Because sometimes that's what a lot of people are worried about when they have kings.
Thì cũng phải con ngách cao. Giờ không được cái nào hết. Con ngách để mà người ta có KK mình còn bảo.
Khan sticks around for another one. Seems reasonable.
Không phải con ngách để người ta có KK mình còn 30% chứ.
How way 10-8 of diamonds doesn't have much going on, and does this tank put it in the bin? Although that would have helped a lot with a 10-8 of diamonds. Waping. You've got fives. You've been called by under the gun 1 pre and on the flop. Do you keep trying to tell the story that you have the ace here? According to Waping, you do. 7,000. About 60%, or just over 55% pot. Now
So
it's definitely getting
called
tricky
on the
as
flop
gun.
here. The range is going to be, yeah, for sure. Yeah, from Wang's perspective, you're going to expect your opponent's range to be pretty heavily condensed to things like pocket pairs that are bigger than yours, flush draws, or ace-x. The flush draws, there's a chance we might be able to bet turn, get called, a check river, and maybe have our opponent give up because it kind of just looks like we have an ace. The bigger pocket pairs we can bluff out of the hand because it looks like we have an ace. And if we're up against an ace, well, we've tried our best. And we do see that in a little bit of a more roundabout way than expected, the slow play of these kings did backfire. A 3-bet pre will almost certainly just take this pot down pre-flop. So it would be...
I disagree.
Chips coming your direction instead of... you think he gets peeled?
Oh, 100% Waping peels the fives there. 100%.
But then it probably goes check fold on the flop.
Maybe.
Now, I can think of about 4 different ways this hand plays out that all end up with kings winning if they 3-bet pre.
I agree. It definitely takes the you take a much stronger line with that, but it does backfire. But I still like the mix. If you're going to flatten a couple other hands in those spots, that it's good to balance that range a little bit, as long as you're also sometimes 3-betting it. Obviously, never 100% just flat there, but I don't mind a little mixing of it. Small blind leads this one. I think we'll just take it down.
Don't see small blind donks very often.
No, you do not.
Certainly not the theoretical move here, but it is going to get the job done. It's nice some equity from your opponent.
Mate, you and your theory talk. You can let the door hit you where on the way out. You know, this is not theory land.
Yeah, I reckon we're way past that at this point from what we've seen so far.
GTO Wizard does not understand. This is a very rarely taken line off tree. Bird does open the King 10 suited. And eights come along with the flat. And we're not seeing Waping go anywhere with this 10-9 suited. Does he have a 3-bet? No, he just flats. What do you think there? I suppose it's fairly early under the gun 1 and then flat from under the gun 2. Probably don't want to, but
with the 10-9
Has
suited.
definitely yeah.
Yeah, I think the chance of us running into something really strong is just pretty high against the early positions, and the hand plays really well post flop when we're this deep, and we are
Just like
we are
this.
in for some action here. What a
Eights will
flop
probably
this
get away,
is.
but I definitely think that Wei Ping and Boo are going to battle.
Yeah, I mean, funnily enough, eights are technically ahead at the moment. It's an open-ender with a open-ended straight flush draw versus superior open-ender with a backdoor flush draw. Like, these are two monstrous draws. And funnily enough, you see the equities are basically exactly 50-50 here.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say there's a pretty good chance this gets at least all the way to the river if it doesn't make it to showdown.
I am just a little bit sad that we know that 8 of clubs is gone, because that would have been a fun turn. Okay, he has
He's just
this.
starting with the call here.
Yeah, interesting. I do like a raise there because you've just got so much equity with the straight flush, but calling can't be bad either.
Yeah, as long as you don't fold.
Yeah, folding's definitely
I
very
certainly
bad.
wouldn't mind putting a raise in.
What about now?
Raising here is still okay. I would prefer raising the flop, because if things just start really going ballistic, we can still just run our equity with an open-ended straight flush draw, and what's the worst that can happen?
Agreed.
If we check raise
Yep.
here, we're kind of committing ourselves to the entire 68,500 that our opponent's gotten to the turn with. So I don't think we can... I mean, we can't check raise and then fold to a jam. And also check raising... Anything less than all-in is going to leave a really awkward stacked pot ratio for the river.
For your opponent, yeah. Does just flat again.
Yeah, again, most importantly, just don't fold the open-ended straight flush draw. And we have made it to showdown. I have made it to the river, but I don't think we will make it to showdown. Both players have whiffed their draws. Although, in saying that, from Bo's perspective, it kind of looks like you're up against a queen, and if you think that's the case, you should probably stop trying to bluff.
And just
Yeah, we do see
take
check,
king
check.
high to win.
King high is actually going to be the winner.
He's like, oh, I win. Excellent.
Yeah.
How
Yeah,
good.
Bo was ready to just toss his cards face down into the muck, but he's going to be able to show them down and win. Man, the saddest thing about No Limit Hold'em is how often an open-ended straight flush draw turns into a weak high card by the river.
E with the sixes. And how way with the nines, just flats, seems reasonable. And big blind with the 980. Could get in a lot of trouble right here. Great flop gets the case 9'd for Howway. Big blind checks. E checks. And middle set is going to do a little bit of betting. $4,000. About third pot. Big blind comes along with middle pair. Absolutely dominated. Literally needs to go running Jack 10. Doesn't on the turn. Suyu checks again. I don't think you ever want to slow play a hand like a set of nines. I think that you can just go for so much value by bet, especially when it's middle set and you just unblock all of the queen X. There's draws, there's flush draws, there's straight draws. Like, this is, for me, a big bet turn. Somewhere in the vicinity of 13,000 is what I would like to see. And they do go big. They went 100% pot, 18.5. It's a little bigger than I thought, but look, charge them. I mean, I think they're going to lose their customer this time, but you can't get paid if you don't try.
Halfway here. Just going to size right up, try and get paid the maximum possible from a top pair type of hand. Charge the maximum against any of the plethora of draws that are present here. Going to set up a stack to pot ratio of around about 1 so that he can jam for around 1 pot size bet on the final street. And yeah, I agree with all that you're saying about solo playing a hand like this, Dean. This is just not the time to go for a play like that, and Halfway is going to stay composed and continue betting the hand himself. Just up against the second pair, though. He will see the fold. He will take this pot down on the turn.
Two and a half minutes left at the level.
We've seen a handful of very loose opens from the under the gun position just in this first hour of coverage here on the Red Dragon Plus Championship Day 1C. Here with the Queen 9 suited, is going to continue the trend of getting after it even from the first position. We will see Kwong with the 8 put in the 3-bet, however, up to 7,500. Not deterred by being up against the early position. We'll see an ace-jack hitting the muck out of the big blind. Difficult to do much with a hand like that against all of this early position aggression. Back over to Yi now. $5K to go. But you've got to expect that your opponent means business. Queen unsuited, very pretty hand to look at, but you've got to consider that it looks like we are pretty strong. Our opponent knows that when they put in the 3rd bet. I think it's usually going to be best to just give your opponent some credit here. But we are going to see some absolute spice. That's not a call. 16K to go. Second time we've seen one of these plays, even in just this first level of play here in our main event day 1. UTG open, +2 3-bet, UTG 4-bet bluff. We've seen this one before and it got through last time. What to do here with the pocket 8s? The price you're getting is reasonably good, but the hands that our opponent is representing are all monsters. And we'll see when find the fold with the 8s. Beautiful pickup.
Outrageous, that hand. Absolutely outrageous. That's why it can be a little bit tricky in 3-betting hands like 8s against an early position open, rather than flatting with them this deep.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a hand can't stand up to a re-raise, so sometimes we can get ourselves punished when we decide to take that aggressive line.
Well, I'll leave this one to you, Corey. We got a little flash of something pretty.
Under the gun opens the 6-4 of clubs. Well, I was just mentioning how we've seen some pretty loose opens from the first position, and that trend is going to well and truly continue. 6 high from under the gun for win here. And we have another 3-bet. These players are just getting after it today. And wow, it's the 8s once again. And we're going to have a button cold call with the pocket 9s.
This is the hand I saw.
The action's not going to stop there.
I saw the kings flop like
Kings,
show in the graphics, and then it flicked off again.
Aha, I see. Well, they're back, and I suspect they're going to be back with an absolute vengeance. What is under the gun open, a
Queen's
+1 3-bet, a button cold call. There's already 28,000 chips, almost 20 bigs in the middle already.
39. 39.
Cold 4 has come through. 29,000. This is pretty small given how much money is already out there. See you with the pocket 9s. Looks like he wants to stick around, and we are going to go to a flop here. 74,000 out in the pot already. 50 bigs in the middle. And we're about to see our first community cards. And it is a deuce, a 6, and a 7. See you, the only player with a spade in his hand. That may become relevant. But most importantly, he's found himself a flop that he has an overpair on. That's super dangerous when he's so far behind. The challenge with playing hands like the 9s here facing this cold 4-bet is the hands your opponent's representing all actually have you crushed. So either you are miles behind, or you're up against a hand that might just decide that they want to put the pressure on and bluff you out of it.
14.
Really difficult to navigate this post-flop with the middling pair, and we are going to see Martin with the Cowboys fire the continuation bet. Nice and small too, about 1/5 pot. Really, really difficult to fold an overpair to a 20% pot size bet on the flop. We're off to a turn. 100,000 in the middle. Stacked pot ratio of just about 2/3. 10 of spades is quite the turn card. So does see an overcard to his pair, but it also introduces a gut shot and a flush draw to his arsenal. We saw just one live out in that 9 of hearts on the flop, and all of a sudden, we have 11 of them.
What a turn. What a turn. And you can't be folding now. He has like 0.6 SPR. I don't think you can. Once you've made the call on the pre and on the flop, when you get a turn as good as that, I don't think you can go anywhere.
Yeah, and we see that CU actually is getting the right price to make the call here. 32% equity, and he's getting, what, like 2.5 to 1 or something on his money. Like, it's pretty reasonable price to draw for that combo draw, but he's not able to find it, and he is going to be hitting the rail
Yeah, and that 32% was with knowing the cards that are already been withdrawn, the removal, which was already there was another 9 and a couple of spades that were removed. So they don't know that, and they would actually think that their percentage is actually even better than it was. So even more likely to be getting a good price. However, good thing for them is that this is day 1C. There is still day 1D turbo flight tonight. And I wouldn't be surprised if you can still actually rebuy this as well. So they have the option of rebuying and still coming back in with plenty of chips now before even the turbo flight later in the day. And you can even actually rebuy on day 2, Corey.
Oh, is that right?
The start of day 2, Red Joe finishes. So you can take the right at max late Red right on day 2, which, as you would know, is a very, very profitable decision to make.
Yeah, I mean, I assume that with that being the case, the numbers in this thing are going to actually be propped up quite a bit by some of those max late registrations. I'd say that we see a good number of people taking advantage of that option.
I mean, we've already had 239 in this flight alone. We have the 7-4 versing the 3s. Cutoff did raise pre and then c-bet the flop. 4s have come along. Turn changes nothing. And I don't think the 3s can really bet again here unless they're really trying to extract value from 2s or a flush draw. And that river just gives Quang a lot more comfort. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him lead after the check on the turn. $12.5. Very, very healthy river bet. This was into about 13.5, so it's basically pot. And Khan is very mature and disciplined and lets it go.
Em phải đi lớp trước anh chứ, cái đọc bài anh làm gì? Cho anh đọc bài em chứ.
Anh chả đọc bài anh gì hết nào.
Em 9 14. Em 9 14 62.
Anh 50% anh em.
90% đã đọc người ta cao quy to cũng bài bot. Mình 3G 3G 5G gì đó.
Wow, huge flop here for Haohui's 4-3 of diamonds, and huge turn card as well. He's going to improve to the straight.
Monster. Too bad their opponent just has queen high.
Your bank just going to let the queen jack go. Not much to do on that board.
Yeah, especially when someone leads out the blinds, when you've got the better range there, you know that they're generally going to be fairly strong.
Wow, we are seeing a whole lot of matching going on here.
Oh, yeah.
Martin with the sevens has bumped it up. We see the 3-bet from Wang Min with the ace-5 off. Getting a little bit spicy, a little bit out of line here. And we see both an ace and a 7 in the hands of Haohui. Suited variety. Contemplating the cold 4, perhaps. I'd say it'll get the job done if he can fire it. And it looks like he has. What a move. 26k. See, Huatin obviously not messing around with the open, but facing a 3-bet and a cold 4 before it's even got back to you. These sevens shrink pretty quickly, and we do see him hit the mark. Ace-5 off obviously can't do anything now. You got out of line in the first place, and
it's got to be.
It'll
be interesting though.
That they're going to come along.
I'm interested to see how this is, because whilst I agree with you that they should just be binning this, I actually think there's a lot of emotion going on in here. He's been getting picked on, right? He's been getting 3-bet and 4-bet and taken away, and he's just going to eventually emotionally take it stand and go, these guys are just pushing me around. And you can see the sort of frustration on his face.
Sigh and fold. The cold 4 does get through. Beautifully timed play there.
I will on in him.
Yeah, I think from what we've seen from our feature table thus far, it certainly seems like a lot of this, a lot of field play going on, let's call it.
Yeah, street
the textbook
poker
has been tossed out the window.
thrown at Corey himself.
Man, it makes good TV.
It does. This is the sort of table that you can play sensible and lose a lot of chips or make a lot of chips.
Dây chơi cái lú thôi, cái cam thì
Hiểu thật. Cây bài đủ mạnh để xem.
Raping. Hawaii has opened the 5s on the button to 3.5k. Waping has queen, jack, and looks like he wants to 3-bet. And that looks awfully small. Oh no, maybe it's 12. I thought it was 7 for a second. It is 3-bet to 12. It is still very small. I probably would like to see a sizing a bit more like 4.5x out of position here. What do you think, Corey?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. We can definitely go a little bit bigger from out of position at this stack depth. This is definitely about as small as I think we could be making this. No, I'd prefer to see it something like 14k.
Yeah, I'd probably even be
Fives
going
do make the call.
15. Ooh, this is a spicy flop.
Yeah, a little bit for everyone. Haohui is still in the lead with the 5s. He does add a gut shot, but he's actually a statistical underdog. Waping's Queen, Jack of Clubs, 11 live outs. He's going to start with a
And
check,
he
and
does
I wonder
check.
if there's maybe intentions of check raising.
Definitely. And he definitely got the look up and down straight away with that check from Hawaii. Like, that was not what he was expecting at all. The 3-bet check. I think he sniffed a bit of a setup coming. And this is a interesting card,
It's tricky with the
more
fives
so
and
not.
flop there.
Yeah, you don't want to necessarily run your equity, but this turn being the double flush, the 8 I don't think plays a lot into. If anything, it just helps Hawaii a little bit, feel a little bit more comfortable. But do we see Hawaii try and do a little bit of equity denial with a bet? Because you're definitely not getting any better to fold.
Looks like after the second check. Oh no, for sure. I know we can still get called by worse. However, something like an ace king or ace queen, which is a hand that obviously makes sense to be 3-betting out of the small blind and checking on the flop and turn here. They could stick around for one bet here, but also denying equity from something like king 10 of spades. There's quite a bit of value in that also. And Haohui's decided after seeing a second check on the turn here, especially with those 2 flush draws in play. Enough to go ahead and fire this 16,500.
And
but
we
check
do
raise
see
does come through.
he gets his inspiration from his little character there from Super Wings, and he does find some wings to find a check raise on the turn after 3-betting out of the small blind. Check, check, flop, check, raise, turn. This doesn't feel good if you're Hawaii.
The question is, what is your opponent actually representing at this point? Like, would pocket aces, for example, actually check twice? Because that's what our opponent's trying to tell us. They're trying to tell us they either have an overpair that's checked twice and is now springing the trap with 2 flush draws and 3 to a straight on board, or they're telling us that they want better. Story that Waping is telling us here. I actually don't think there's any value hands that are going to check twice and then spring this check raise.
Yeah, look, I think that's very valid, Corey. You just got the end of that. That you were letting everyone know that there's not that many value hands that actually take this line. It's definitely considering this. This is a long hand. And he does put it in the bin. We have a new player at the table. And Quang is going to open up the Queen 9 from hijack to 2 bigs. Still a little bit out of line. Does not mind getting a bit spicy. Boo flops 2 pair. I won't feel great about it. Check, check. And I wouldn't be surprised if it goes check, check again on the river here. No? This is interesting. From Bo. Not sure that I agree with that lead there.
Những người được tặng vé khó đánh hết giải lắm. Còn những người mà vô địch được cái vé satellite dễ vô địch hơn.
Em vô địch vé satellite.
Không, với Khôi Nguyên có mấy cái vụ mấy thằng mà vô địch được cái vé satellite dễ vô địch hơn. Tree.
Under the gun, King 5 suited. Who cares about opening ranges? Not these guys. Not these guys, I can tell you that.
Tree. Đúng rồi, những người được vé tặng đâu có ai vô địch, đâu có ai vô địch đâu. Tặng VIP không à. Còn những người đánh vô địch satellite mới dễ vô địch. Được vé satellite mới dễ vô địch.
How wide though with the queens here under the gun? Raises to 3.5k and waping with the ace king in hijack. We are going to see some sparks fly in this one.
This is shaping up to be quite the collision, Bean.
Oh yeah. And with queens having, it's not like touch over 40 bigs, 43 bigs, it could very reasonably just be all in pre.
Especially considering how aggressively the table has been 3-betting. Like, we've already seen 3 4-bet bluffs, one of them cold, and 2 of them from under the gun. So, just because you get 4-bet doesn't mean that you're up against a monster, and that's been made very clear on this table. Both of these hands will be very happy to bucket the chips in pre-flop here. The action is on our way here.
The only thing I would say with that, Corey, is that these guys don't know that yet. They don't have their phones. They can't see the hands that have been played yet. And none of those 4-bet bluffs have gone to showdown.
Yeah, that's certainly true.
Looks like it's a 4-bet to 21,000.
Now, with the ace king here, we don't absolutely love that we've just been 4-bet. Obviously, the hands that are doing this for value, we're generally chopping, flipping, or crushed. But at the end of the day, I think our hand is just too strong. We're playing like 45 bigs effective to start the hand. Table's been very aggressive. We block the hands that crush us.
And generally, if you have ace king, you want to see 5 cards. You don't really want to be seeing a flop here and then folding or anything like that, right?
Ừ.
No. You generally just want to run the equity and leverage the fact that your hand is so strong pre-flop, and we do see the chips in. Pretty big flip on our hands, 144,000 in the middle.
And there is the king.
Bad moves for Hawaii.
Jack 9. Ooh, that's a turn.
Wow.
Oh,
that's
no.
a pretty filthy way to make a set.
3B 炮最多2分钟，真不止，而且裁判也不问，上来直接给我30秒。
Lady Gaga, as it's been dubbed, is going to make a set, but it is no good. Wei Ping's ace king makes the straight. Now we'll get him up to about the 150 big blind mark. Pretty huge flip here.
I
Almost
don't think
100 bigs
Howway
in the
was
middle
too
of that.
happy with that run out.
Bốc 2 người qua đây, bằng với 6.
Yeah, it's hard to blame him.
nhiều.
We get a 3-bet from the king 10 suited, and small blind has the exact same hand and puts in the bin. All betting so far and folding seems very reasonable. Do not mind the 3-bet at all with the king 10 suited against hijack here.
Say with a hand as pretty and as playable as this queen jack suited, even out of position, extra 5,000 chips is probably going to get tossed into the middle.
Yeah, completely agree. That's exactly what happens, Corey.
Yeah, and 20k to fight for so far. We go to a flop, jack high, 1 club. You're paying.
Can I request a turn card, Corey?
I'm thinking of the exact same one. There's a spectator's turn card in the deck somewhere for sure.
Queen of clubs, let's go.
Wow, that's a big C bet.
Quay
Look
lại
at this, 3/4
That
pot.
is chunky. That
gonna
doesn't.
set
That
up
makes
a-
you feel.
Oh yeah, our flop top pair is starting to feel all of a sudden a little bit concerned. Obviously cannot be folding it yet though.
15,500 luôn à.
Yeah, definitely.
Căng cái gì?
Feels weird though. You're kind of like, what the hell's up at the moment? I definitely wasn't expecting a giant. But if you're going to rep, that is a turn card to continue on with. If you are Young Chow here.
Whenever I saw that the 4 bet you queen nine suited.
15,000.
Not me.
So smaller than the flop bet.
Your pocket 8 3 bet and she
Odd.
4 bet you.
Odd.
This is really confusing.
And just let's.
Your pocket 8.
Yeah. I do not blame Khan at all for letting that go.
3 pot.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that the hands that are betting that size
2分钟不到
that
你也没道理叫 call time。
don't already beat you probably are mostly like ace king or ace queen or king queen. And most of those beat you now.
Lâu mà.
Yeah.
Cái chữ này sao mày gọi giờ tao?
道理是这个道理。
Nó chửi em một kiến.
我要没把场上的你一直叫好。
这样就。
How much?
本来就是3D pot，然后又是 bet 被 raise， 翻 pre-flop 3 bet， 翻后又是3 bet。
而且其实一般就是喊了之后，他上来得问荷官想了多久。
是的，是的。
但是我也不知道为什么这次喊来就直接
给我
直接就计时，这个我也没想到。
所以我也
如果
说，所以我说不是说，我觉得你叫怎么样，我只是那加上裁判刚好他也不问，直接就给我时间了。
这个我确实没有想到，按道理这里先问。
So we have had a rebuy to come back to exactly the same seat.
和一个 single raise 抛那不一样。
一般 3 bet pot 他给的时间会多一
The
点。
camera loves him.
因为我想喊了，然后再上来，再开始询问情况，你又快半分钟过去。
It seems an interesting hand to keep going on about. Obviously, unless there's other dynamics and stuff like that. But like, it is just like a giant flip, right? Ace king versus queens. It's not. It's not like outrageous play from either of them.
问完之后，
Both
Yeah, I mean,
just had
it's
nice
not like-
hands.
Yeah.
还要到零再开始帮你倒计时。
It's not like no one actually got rivered. Like just 45 bigs each with
刚好直播桌会有。
two really obvious hands to get it in and flip, and you're just on the wrong side of it. It's going to happen. We're playing tournaments.
Yes, it is.
可能只看只是个位置，如果被窝硬了，不一样。
反正都比较灵活。
There you go. We've got S9PR has said rebuy to the same seat is fate. He's destined to get his revenge or demise. I would agree. Corey, what do you think? You know how sometimes you get the same seat exactly again? I've seen other people go, I don't want the same seat. What's your... Do you just take whatever you're given and just go to it, no matter what, or...
Yeah, I mean, it's it's a random draw at the end of the day.
Yeah.
If you get stuck there, you get stuck there.
Yep.
Obviously, there's times when I've played on a particularly tough table, and I go back to the rebuy desk thinking, I sure hope they don't put me there again. And then sometimes you bust off a table where everyone's just going ballistic and you got 3-outed by some nonsense, and you're thinking, man, I'd love to go and get all those chips back. So there's a little bit of both sides.
Yeah, it cuts both ways, doesn't it? Wu Yang with the ace 8 suited under the gun.
6 suit ít 5 ốp 3 bẹt tùm từ lưa vậy gang full. Fine.
Wow. 3 bets or flats? I haven't seen 3. Oh wait, sorry. Under the gun limped the ace 8 suited. And then Hua min raises the hijack, which seems like this is all very odd. And then we've had a 3 bet from Quang to 11k. This is an odd hand.
This is super strange.
Ace 8 gets out of the way. Ace 8 gets out of the way.
I wonder if we're too deep to jam the ace queen here. Probably not.
Considering that the opponent has, yeah, what does the opponent have? 35 bigs total.
Yeah.
So probably not.
Yeah, I think we could go for
realistically.
The jam. Yeah, but call's also going to be okay. We dominate a handful of the 3-betting range. Start with the check. The 8s aren't going to be loving the Jack 10 high flop. The 3-bet calling range is pretty often going to connect with it.
Definitely.
We do see the 8s are out ahead at the moment, but for just 6,500, 2 overs and a gut shot to Broadway, it's going to be far too strong to give up for that price.
And there's probably some devious intentions of check raising going on in his head as well. Like, I don't think he's ever folding. I think it's either a flat or a raise.
Good read, Dean. You've done a spectacular CBJ impression here.
What?
To your credit, that is, I didn't think for 1 second that fold was going to be the decision.
It was like 6.5 into like 25 or something like that. More.
Yeah, I'm not folding that, and not a chance.
And you got 2 overs and a gutter to the nuts. Some people do hate ace queen though, don't they? I know a lot of people that they're just like, ace queen always sends me to the car park. Poker players are mysterious people, very superstitious. So we've been told we've got about 20 minutes left of this level, which will take us to our dinner break. We'll then have a 1-hour dinner break and come back. We, at that point, joined by our good friend Liam Murray.
Miss deal.
It's pretty impressive. I think that's the first miss deal I've seen in all of our commentary.
I don't recall
Dealing's
seeing
been
one.
generally up to a very high standard.
Extremely high. Yeah, there's a reason they put the plus after RDPT. That's because they genuinely, everywhere you look, every facet of this series, they have gone the extra mile. Top-notch staff are just one of the examples. Cute suited, definitely on the speculative side. And he's going to open it up. You're playing with the 9-8 suited. Will make the call. It's a whiff for both. C-bet should take this down. There's 2 overs and a backdoor flush draw, but that's not really all that impressive on this flop. $2.5K is a pretty small size, though. Only 1/4.
Very.
All those backdoors and position. Might stick around with the 9-8 of diamonds. We do technically have 3 to a straight flush, I suppose. 7
Yeah,
of
I was about
diamonds
to say that. I think
that.
that. Yep, 7, 5, or the 10 of diamonds are all very pretty cards.
Oh.
You know what?
Oh, okay. Okay. I see you. Raise to 11,000. Let's get these nonsense king highs and ace highs out of there. I'll take this one down. Beautiful raise.
It's on you. It's on you.
Quang just falling asleep a little bit there under the gun, not realizing it was actually on him. Hawaii, though, has timed it. Time to get in with the ace 10 suited. When we see a 3-bet to 8K, these 3-bets have generally, with how deep we are, been very small 3-bets. Like this is.
Yeah, they certainly have.
Like I would have expected something more around the 10.5, maybe even slightly more. I mean, I don't hate the 3-bet. I'd probably go a little chunkier with the side. How wide takes his own change.
For sure. Whips for both. Ace high still in the lead. C-bet does take it down.
Interesting. Don't know that I'm folding there for one.
Yeah, I might have stuck around. If it's earlier positions that we're in when we have this 3-bet battle, then certainly lean towards folding. But this is cutoff versus button.
Mm-hmm.
You would expect these two ranges to be two of the widest going to battle in a situation like this. So
Definitely.
a decent ace high on a board where there's basically nothing out there, I'd probably stick around just for the 1-bet.
Yep. It was a fairly chunky C-bet. It's probably the only thing I would be considering.
Yeah, was about half
considering
size.
that it was in a 3-bet pot isn't always going to be done fairly consistently on and especially on a 5-5-4.
Yes, I think you might even be able to read into a size like that as like a one and done size. Like they want to bet big enough now so that they can get you to fold all the things they want you to fold, and they don't have to talk themselves into having to bluff later. I think we saw a similar spot earlier with the King 10 suited on the like Jack 7-5 or whatever it was. And they've gone 3/4 pot in a 3-bet pot. Obviously, they found a pretty good excuse to continue betting the turn when they picked up the got shot on the ace high turn. But I think the plan there was just to fire once, hope your opponent folds, and if they don't, then just check it down and give it up. When that's the case, if our opponents are sizing up with those one-and-done type bluffs, that actually makes it really easy to make that float on the flop there with an ace-10 suited. With some of these weaker showdown value hands that are supposed to under-realize their equity. Because the fact of the matter is you're not going to under-realize. You're going to be able to just check it down to showdown and win when they were bluffing. And if they continue the aggression, then you can just fold because it probably means they've picked something up.
Yeah.
Ace-6 suited for Howay here. Up to 3,000.
The King 6-0 with a 3-bet to 8.5. Street poker, Corey.
You'll love to see it.
And the 4-bet from the 7s to 21 from Quang.
Well and truly off-road. This is incredible. These guys are here to play.
Oh,
We
yeah.
don't need no textbook. We don't need no pot control. We don't need no post-flop.
What's that?
We're out here 4-betting for any excuse. And we're taking pots down. These 4-bets have been extremely effective.
Very effective. Do you know who would love this table?
Tell me.
Troy McLean.
You reckon he might get in there with the 5th bet here and there? Maybe not with value?
Definitely. Yeah. We've erased a 4,000 from the Jack 7 suited in hijack. Quang calls the ace 7 suited on the button. And Khan bins the King 8-0. There's one diamond. There's two diamonds. And it does just go check, bet, fold.
Change base boss.
Hết cái này nè anh.
Sevens for under the gun. Looks like he clicks it to 3,000. A lot of different sizes being used here by the players.
I was about to say that. Yeah, we've seen heaps of 3.5.
3.5s, 4s, 3s. Often you find that like some will start with the size and then everyone starts to copy and it becomes like the table standard. But not here. Everyone's like, screw you, I'm using my own size.
Chắc xuống luôn.
Seems like a reasonable flop to c-bet.
I wonder if Holloway is maybe considering putting in a check raise here with the top pair. Up against the small size, you can consider attacking it a little more aggressively.
Definitely. And especially when the 8 is below the bottom of the under the gun range. So there's going to be a lot of, except for pairs, a lot of hands that don't connect with this at all.
In theory, at least.
Which
remember
well
how off-road that we have been. Yeah.
We do get a raise, and we do get a call. And the turn should continue to favor the big blind range.
Bet of half pot on the turn here. Tricky spot with these sevens. Obviously, we're losing to the top pair. We're ahead of quite a number of potential bluffs, but the problem is a lot of those bluffs contain something like a 7, or those bluffs contain hearts. We have a 7 of spades and a 7 of hearts. We are really not doing a great job of blocking the hands that we don't want to be up against, but we're blocking the hands that we do want to be up against with our pocket 7s here.
Yep.
Not the strongest removal effects to try and catch bluffs here, but Boyang obviously just not believing his opponent thus far. 9 of spades hits the river. That 7-6 suited does improve to a straight. Funnily enough,
Even
the removal effect of those 7s is actually strengthened a little bit now that that's a value hand. But Holloway just going to check the 8 over. He'll show it down, and he'll get the good news that he's going to be scooping a 53,000 chip pot here.
That definitely helps him on regaining some of those chips that he lost. Make him feel a bit better after losing that big flip earlier. As you can see, we've got under 3 minutes to go until the dinner break.
We're back to street poker. 4-3 suited, opening the hijack. Jack 10 offsuit, going to flat in the cutoff. And that is going to allow Bo Yang to come in for a pretty healthy discount with this ace 8 offsuit in the big blind. What a flop we have here. This one's going to be good for TV. We got the top for Bo, and he's up against, somehow, bottom 2 pair. 65% equity for Kwang here, and a pretty good chance of getting paid at least a healthy amount of value.
Yeah, I really wouldn't be surprised to see a check raise.
Oh, yeah, not at all. And we are going to see a float here from the Jack 10 with a player behind.
And there you go, 15k. Eat
check
it.
raise announced. With the bottom 2 here, this might be one of the hands that you want to just go ahead and put that 3-bet in with. We're pretty vulnerable. Truckload of turn cards that we don't really want to see. Lots of turns that might be action killers against the hands like this ace-8 that we are trying to get value from. But Kwang is just going to take it slow so far. Perhaps let his opponent in the cutoff way Ping come along and get himself into trouble as well. And see,
surely cannot
Jack
be
10 offsuit is. No, you wouldn't think so. Just 7% equity here.
Based on the fact that man you disagreed.
yeah. All right, cool. We got one.
Yes, go us. Big pat on the back.
Let's go. All right. Off to
1 of 15. It's actually the perfect turn card for Jack 10.
Yeah, funnily enough. Yeah, that would have been exactly what he was looking for.
Walks off tilt into the dinner break.
So going to start it off with a check. Slowing down on the turn here. Bottom 2 for Kwang Min Win.
10,000 is small.
Very small.
Like, you are happy to keep every draw in the book there. Uh-oh.
Well,
apart from that being the heart, but he just rivered 2 top.
Yeah, that's a bit of a backfire. The one thing that is going for Kwang here is that the hands that check raise that you were beating, probably a good number of them improve, and so that's a really good reason to check back, but never mind. 8,000, so he's just going to go. Okay, so the turn bet was actually not only smaller than the total flop bet, but it was smaller than the flop raise. And now this river bet is smaller than the turn bet. And we're going to see the check jam absolutely punished for going razor thin here.
That was
Ouyang pulls the trigger on the jam.
Because are you ever going that sort of thin with a flush? Nah. Equals.
And we do see the call. Bo Yang finds the river. Makes a very courageous river check jam. And he gets paid off by the inferior 2 pair. What a way to set yourself up for a dinner break. He's going to have a great meal, let me tell you.
I don't think he
guys,
needs to.
Speaking of having great meals.
Yum, yum.
Oh, yeah, for sure. He's already had a dinner break. Guys, go and get something to eat. We've got 57 minutes to go until we have the action brought back to you. Dean and Liam are going to take over for a little while, and I'll be back in later this evening. Don't go too far, guys. Enjoy your dinner. Talk to you soon, Dean.
See ya. Sandul is in the Twitch chat. We've also got KYC. Really crazy. Calls King 6 suited but doesn't defend King Jack suited. I agree with that, and I can definitely guarantee that CVJ here also does it. And Top Grunt seems like he's supporting Cobster.
Jongsai's going to get a chance at redemption with a King Jack this time, but I have a feeling that this one might be even harder to play. Tony has a hand that he can certainly be going ahead and rejamming against a button open for 20 bigs. Tony is the table chip leader.
Is right.
Yeah, but we have seen him be very snug and very safe when it comes to pre-flop. And while he has been playing safe, he has been playing aggressively. And he continues the aggression here with a 3-bet to 1 million. This is not what I was expecting to see either, Dean. I figured we'd either see the all-in or we would just see a more conservative defend.
See, I'm not a huge fan of the defend with ace-10-0. I don't mind it with ace-10 suited, but I think that with ace-10-0, our hands are so strong, doesn't play as well, that we just want to be ripping it in his eye. But now, they're both going to be playing this awkward pot. Very awkward pot.
When 2 hands ago, Jongsai folded King Jack suited facing min raise. So I assume that the King Jack offsuit is going to be folding to the 3-bet.
You would think so. Nope. All in.
I'm so
what
good
do you
at
know?
this game. I'm
You're the best.
Absolutely. I'm out of just on absolute fire today.
Does anyone want to start making some money? And I can just bet against whatever Corey says. I would like to start gambling. Seems like a pretty sure thing. Take the opposite of whatever Corey says.
Gambling at all to me. Not so far. I mean, I've just had to pick my jaw up off the floor because I'm just so confused.
It might work though.
Yeah, it could work. I mean, it like probably will. And this is
ace-10-0 feels pretty gross at this point, right?
Yeah, ace-10 makes a pretty good rejam for 20 bigs against a button open, but it doesn't make a good 3-bet call.
Is our boy Sandul still in the chat? He should be. He's generally been hanging out with us the whole time. Yes, he is. That is snug. Ace-9 suited in the bin from under the gun too.
That is snug.
He just knew. He just knew.
Good timing.
Nevin. You give a good player good cards. Good things normally happen. Do you reckon maybe our opponent saw the reflection of the cards in those very, very reflective glasses?
Yeah, I think that's what it was, yeah.
Yeah. Tony T. Generally playing pretty snug. I couldn't imagine Tony calling this one, to be honest. What are you thinking is the bottom of 16 bigs?
To defend or to jam?
To defend.
Probably weaker than King 6 off. I think we can certainly flick in a defend here against the button open.
Spicy.
Yeah, interesting flop here. So Tony actually, he doesn't know this, but it's actually a really good flop for him considering how close to dead he was pre. Top set here, still only 66% equity. Just the 6 high flush draw. It might not be strong enough of a draw to actually stick around.
200，200，我们那边800。这个没毛病。
According to Tony T, it is good enough. And he turns
3-4个小时。
the flush.
今天打。
A weak one.
Yeah,
Third
but a flush
weakest.
nonetheless.
But a flush nonetheless.
The set of aces is all of a sudden downgraded pretty significantly.
Now having
This is not the
6
top set
clean
you're looking
outs.
for on the final table.
No.
Stack to pot ratio of less than 1 here. Don't think there's much reason to make that any shallower with our top set on the turn here.
Yeah,
Just
you don't
check the
need to
back
do anything.
board there.
Yep. Again. Time bank. Just thinking through this, Nevin. Look at that. Newen in the background, though. Slurping up noodles as good as he slurps up chips at the table.
Got to be hungry work. Final tabling high rollers every day.
Yep. Does go check, check. Does the board pair.
And Tony will stay ahead with this 6 high flush.
What's your feelings about Tony's ability to lead here?
You can go smaller. You want to use like a block bet size, which is looks like it's exactly what he's picked.
Yeah,
just trying to like
1.5 bigs.
yeah get a crying call from something like a 2-pair type of hand, maybe a set. Maybe every now and then we get called by like a top pair that just doesn't believe us. We're trying to get called by not so strong hands, and when that's the case, we want to use not so big bets.
And just turn our hand and just fold it if we get raised, I'm assuming.
Yeah. We can't really bet and call off.
What sort of hands would you turn? Would you balance this out from a bluff perspective? Would it be something like 5-6 that doesn't have anything? Knight and 5-6 and no heart, that you call the flop with the straight draw for a small bet, and then.
In theory, yes, but it's very, very difficult to actually pull triggers on a bluff in a spot like this, which is why that block bet is going to be so effective. Where on a final table, there's short stacks around, there's ICM. It's a pretty insane spot to pull the trigger on a bluff, given that the size you need to pick is your entire stack to make it effective.
I was more meaning from Tony's perspective, like with his block bet.
Sure.
What's he balancing out where he doesn't have the like aces beat or a pair beat and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, a 6-5 suited is going to be the obvious choice. You can turn a 7 or a 4 into a bluff on the river here as well, though.
Yep. And he's basically up to 20 bigs. Juhan, Jack 9-0 in the cutoff in the bin. And the player that came in as the chip leader is now down to sub 20 bigs. Continues to fold. However, I don't think Konstantin is folding this ace-3 suited from the small blind. Does complete. And this should be interesting.
Yeah, this is a hand that probably is going to play best just as a jam. We're 20 effective. We can put the ICM pressure on our opponent. We really want to deny equity from things like Queen Jack, Jack 10, King 9 suited, like all this stuff that's super, super live against us. We can deny equity from those. And also, Konstantin just simply cannot call a jam without an absolute monster hand. So many short stacks floating around. It's just not worth the risk for him.
So he's gone to about 3.2 big blinds. Not the jam as you'd suggested, but at least a healthy raise. What was Konstantin's thoughts here if this happened? Did he have thoughts about limp raising? Yes.
Yeah, it looks like the answer is yes.
Did.
And this is the issue with the sevens, and we actually saw a very similar predicament for Tony as we approached our final table, where he found the 3-bet with the ace-10 off against Zhang Sai's king-jack offsuit. We found the 4-bet jam in that situation, and Tony was forced to 3-bet fold his ace-10, 3-bet fold the best hand. And he's in a situation now where he may be forced to fold the best hand once again.
Yeah.
This would be a huge call to make. It's going to leave him with 10 bigs if he calls and loses. And once you see the limp jam from your opponent, now putting the chips in, we're not denying equity at all. We are just hoping that our opponent's making a move. And if they aren't, it's really not a good spot for us to be running it.
Yep. Yep. And I like Konstantin's choice to do this with their specific stack as well, with 20 bigs. Has enough fold equity to actually make this work. And yet again, Tony T is pushed off the best hand because he's been electing to not just put the chips in pre. Definitely can do different things later in later positions. And then, yeah, open jams, ace, jack suits, and then opens to 5x with jack 10-0. Definitely an odd, some odd play there from Zoo.
Yeah.
Tony T, though, has a very pretty hand here.
It's important to note when talking about like the bottom stack, like there's the general heuristic that the player that has the least number of chips doesn't have so much pressure on them, and that rule will generally hold up. And as a heuristic, it is generally speaking reliable. But it's important to ask and keep in mind why the player that's the shortest doesn't have so much pressure on it. And it's because when we think about these sort of spots where they can just take high-risk situations and just sort of run their equity and try and build a stack, it's because they're very likely to be the next one to bust anyway. When you're 6 of 6, but you're like 1 big blind behind the guy that's in 5th, and like 3 big blinds behind the guy that's in 4th, and you're less than a double up away from the guy that's in 1st, it's not like it's overwhelmingly likely who have almost as good a chance of busting before you do. So we do have to keep that in mind. We have to play pretty snug. We have to respect the ICM when it comes to spots like that. But let's forget about all of that for the moment because we have a real hand brewing here.
We sure do. Tony raising from low jack with the king queen of diamonds. Constantine flatting from big, king 7 of clubs. Flop is then the queen of hearts, jack 8 of clubs. So Tony T has flopped top pair, and Constantine has flopped a king high flush draw with a little bit of backdoor equity as well, and that is a killer card for Tony T. Turns, trips, Constantine turns the king high flush.
Yeah, that's the spectator's turn card right there.
Oh. Wow. Right. Well done, Corey. Beat me to it by seconds.
700k is the bet from Tony T, and this is probably going to look kind of like what it is. The question is Constantine going to give his opponent credit for triple barreling and just bring the check raise on 5th Street, or does he just fire it in there immediately? That looks like he's counted out a call. We are off to a river. 4 million already out there to fight for. Tony thinks he wants to see a brick, but actually this 9 of clubs is a pretty good card for him.
This is a great card for Tony T.
Constantine has significantly downgraded on this river. He's gone from a hand that's frothing at the mouth at the idea of playing for stacks to a hand that maybe just wants one small block bet worth of value. And he's going to go ahead and make that value bet himself.
Oh, it's like 1.4 million. That's not super small. It's about 30%.
Yeah,
no,
1/3
40% pot.
Yeah. Yeah, this is probably about the most chips that Constantine wants to go into this pot now that he's found a 9 of clubs on the river. Important to note that this king of clubs is only good for the 3rd nut club, right? So the ace of clubs beats him, the 10 of clubs beats him. Everything between the king and 7 of clubs are all accounted for on the board. Constantine's holding the 7 of clubs. So he's up against an under-the-gun opener, so the only way that he can be up against a flush that doesn't beat him is if it's something like pocket 5s with a 5 of clubs that's decided to double-barrel this board for no reason. So
if he gets
when
jammed
Constantine
on here,
makes this... Oh, yeah, a jam here would absolutely blow my mind.
but like, it's actually not out of the realm of probabilities. He actually blocks the full houses with the queen. If he can,
Yeah, listen, to be honest with you...
ascertain.
Yeah, I mean, if we need to find a bluffing combo, I think the first one that we throw in there is king queen suited with no club. There's only 2 combos of it. There's king queen of spades, and there's king queen of diamonds.
Yeah.
But I
He does
mean,
just make the snug fold though, which is nice.
It's a hell of a spot to pull the trigger. I would be mighty impressed.
Sandul is in the Twitch chat. We've also got KYC, really crazy, calls king 6 suited but doesn't defend king jack suited. I agree with that, and I can definitely guarantee that CVJ here also does it. And Top Grind seems like he's supporting Cobster.
So Sai's going to get a chance at redemption with a king jack this time, but I have a feeling that this one might be even harder to play. Tony has a hand that he can certainly be going ahead and rejamming against a button open for 20 bigs. Tony is the table chip leader.
Feels right.
Yeah, but we have seen him be very snug and very safe when it comes to pre-flop. And while he has been playing safe, he has been playing aggressively. And he continues the aggression here with a 3-bet to 1 million. This is not what I was expecting to see either, Dean. I figured we'd either see the all-in or we would just see a more conservative defend.
See, I'm not a huge fan of the defend with ace-10 O. I don't mind it with ace-10 suited, but I think that with ace-10 O, our hands are so strong, doesn't play as well, that we just want to be ripping it in his eye. But now, they're both going to be playing this awkward pot. Very awkward pot.
When 2 hands ago, I folded King Jack suited facing min raise, so I assumed that the King Jack offsuit is going to be folding to the 3-bet.
You would think so. Nope. All in.
I'm so
what
good
do you
at this game. I'm
You're the best.
Absolutely. I'm out of just on absolute fire today.
Does anyone want to start making some money? And I can just bet against whatever Corey says. I would like to start gambling. Seems like a pretty sure thing. Take the opposite of whatever Corey says.
Gambling at all to me. Not so far. I mean, I've just had to pick my jaw up off the floor because I'm just so confused.
It might work though.
Yeah, it could work. I mean, it
like
probably will. This is
ace-10 O feels pretty gross at this point, right?
Yeah, ace-10 makes a pretty good rejam for 20 bigs against a button open, but it doesn't make a good 3-bet call.
Is our boy Sandul still in the chat? He should be. He's generally been hanging out with us the whole time. Yes, he is. That is snug. Ace-9 suited in the bin from under the gun too.
That is snug.
He just knew. He just knew.
Good timing.
Nevin. You give a good player good cards. Good things normally happen. Do you reckon maybe our opponent saw the reflection of the cards in those very, very reflective glasses?
Yeah, I think that's what it was, yeah.
Yeah. Tony T. Generally playing pretty snug. I couldn't imagine Tony calling this one, to be honest. What are you thinking is the bottom of 16 bigs?
To defend or to jam?
To defend.
Probably weaker than King 6 off. I think we can certainly flick in a defend here against the button open.
Oof. Spicy.
Yeah, interesting flop here. So Tony actually, he doesn't know this, but it's actually a really good flop for him considering how close to dead he was pre. Top set here, still only 66% equity. Just the 6 high flush draw. It might not be strong enough of a draw to actually stick around.
200，200，你们那边800。听你的，没毛病。
According to Tony T, it is good enough. And he turns
3-4个小时。
the flush.
今天打。
A weak one.
Yeah,
Third
but a flush
weakest.
nonetheless.
But a flush nonetheless.
The set of aces is all of a sudden downgraded pretty significantly.
Now having
This is not
6
the top set
clean
that you're looking
outs.
for on the final table.
No.
Stack pot ratio of less than 1 here. Don't think there's much reason to make that any shallower with our top set on the turn here.
Yeah, you don't need to do anything. Yep. Again. Time bank. Just thinking through this, Nevin. Look at that. Newen in the background, though. Slurping up noodles as good as he slurps up chips at the table.
Got to be hungry work. Final tabling high rollers every day.
Yep. Does go check, check. Does the board pair.
And Tony will stay ahead with this 6 high flush.
What's your feelings about Tony's ability to lead here?
You can go smaller. You want to use like a block bet size, which is looks like it's exactly what he's picked.
Yeah,
just trying to like
1.5 big.
yeah get a crying call from something like a 2-pair type of hand, maybe a set. Maybe every now and then we get called by like a top pair that just doesn't believe us. We're trying to get called by not so strong hands, and when that's the case, we want to use not so big bets.
And just turn our hand and just fold it if we get raised, I'm assuming.
Yeah, we can't really bet and call off.
What sort of hands would you turn? Would you balance this out from a bluff perspective? Would it be something like 5-6 that doesn't have anything? Knight and 5-6 no heart that you call the flop with the straight draw for a small bet, and then.
In theory, yes, but it's very, very difficult to actually pull triggers on a bluff in a spot like this, which is why that block bet is going to be so effective. Where on a final table, there's short stacks around, there's ICM. It's a pretty insane spot to pull the trigger on a bluff, given that the size you need to pick is your entire stack to make it effective.
I was more meaning from Tony's perspective, like with his block bet.
Sure.
What's he balancing out where he doesn't have the like aces beat or a pair beat and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, a 6-5 suited is going to be the obvious choice. You can turn a 7 or a 4 into a bluff on the river here as well, though.
Yep. And he's basically up to 20 bigs. Juhan, Jack 9-0 in the cutoff in the bin. And the player that came in as the chip leader is now down to sub 20 bigs. Continues to fold. However, I don't think Konstantin is folding this ace-3 suited from the small blind. Does complete. And this should be interesting.
Yeah, this is a hand that probably is going to play best just as a jam. We're 20 effective. We can put the ICM pressure on our opponent. We really want to deny equity from things like Queen Jack, Jack 10, King 9 suited, like all this stuff that's super, super live against us. We can deny equity from those. And also, Konstantin just simply cannot call a jam without an absolute monster hand. So many short stacks floating around. It's just not worth the risk for him.
So he's gone to about 3.2 big blinds. Not the jam as you'd suggested, but at least a healthy raise. What was Konstantin's thoughts here if this happened? Did he have thoughts about limp raising? Yes.
Yeah, it looks like the answer is yes.
Did.
And this is the issue with the sevens, and we actually saw a very similar predicament for Tony as we approached our final table, where he found the 3-bet with the ace-10 off against Zhang Sai's king-jack offsuit. We found the 4-bet jam in that situation, and Tony was forced to 3-bet fold his ace-10, 3-bet fold the best hand. And he's in a situation now where he may be forced to fold the best hand once again.
Yeah.
This would be a huge call to make. It's going to leave him with 10 bigs if he calls and loses. And once you see the limp jam from your opponent, now putting the chips in, we're not denying equity at all. We are just hoping that our opponent's making a move. And if they aren't, it's really not a good spot for us to be running it.
Yep. Yep. And I like Konstantin's choice to do this with their specific stack as well, with 20 bigs. Has enough fold equity to actually make this work. And yet again, Tony T is pushed off the best hand because he's been electing to not just put the chips in pre. Definitely can do different things later in later positions. And then, yeah, open jams, ace, jack suits, and then opens to 5x with jack 10-0. Definitely an odd... Some odd play there from Zoo.
Yeah.
Tony T, though, has a very pretty hand here.
It's important to note when talking about like the bottom stack, like there's the general heuristic that the player that has the least number of chips doesn't have so much pressure on them, and that rule will generally hold up. And as a heuristic, it is generally speaking reliable. But it's important to ask and keep in mind why the player that's the shortest doesn't have so much pressure on it. And it's because when we think about these sort of spots where they can just take high-risk situations and just sort of run their equity and try and build a stack, it's because they're very likely to be the next one to bust anyway. When you're 6 of 6, but you're like 1 big blind behind the guy that's in 5th, and like 3 big blinds behind the guy that's in 4th, and you're less than a double up away from the guy that's in 1st, it's not like it's overwhelmingly like who have almost as good a chance of busting before you do. So we do have to keep that in mind. We have to play pretty snug. We have to respect the ICM when it comes to spots like that. But let's forget about all of that for the moment because we have a real hand brewing here.
We sure do. Tony raising from low jack with the king queen of diamonds. Constantine flatting from big, king 7 of clubs. Flop is then the queen of hearts, jack 8 of clubs. So Tony T has flopped top pair, and Constantine has flopped a king high flush draw with a little bit of backdoor equity as well, and that is a killer card for Tony T. Turns trips, Constantine turns the king high flush.
Yeah, that's the spectator's turn card right there.
Oh, wow. No. Well done, Corey. Beat me to it by seconds.
700k is the bet from Tony T, and this is probably going to look kind of like what it is. The question is Constantine going to give his opponent credit for triple barreling and just bring the check raise on 5th Street, or does he just fire it in there immediately? That looks like he's counted out a call. We are off to a river. 4 million already out there to fight for. Tony thinks he wants to see a brick, but actually this 9 of clubs is a pretty good card for him.
This is a great card for Tony T.
Constantine has significantly downgraded on this river. He's gone from a hand that's frothing at the mouth at the idea of playing for stacks to a hand that maybe just wants one small block bet worth of value. And he's going to go ahead and make that value bet himself.
Well, it's like 1.4 million. That's not super small. It's about 30%.
Yeah,
no,
1/3
40% pot.
Yeah. Yeah, this is probably about the most chips that Constantine wants to go into this pot now that he's found a 9 of clubs on the river. Important to note that this king of clubs is only good for the 3rd nut club, right? So the ace of clubs beats him, the 10 of clubs beats him. Everything between the king and 7 of clubs are all accounted for on the board. Constantine's holding the 7 of clubs. So he's up against an under-the-gun opener, so the only way that he can be up against a flush that doesn't beat him is if it's something like pocket 5s with a 5 of clubs that's decided to double-barrel this board for no reason. So
if he gets
when
jammed
Constantine
on here,
makes this... Oh, yeah, a jam here would absolutely blow my mind.
but like, it's actually not out of the realm of probabilities. He actually blocks the full houses with the queen. If he can,
yeah, listen. To be honest with you,
ascertain.
Yeah, I mean, if we need to find a bluffing combo, I think the first one that we throw in there is king queen suited with no club. There's only 2 combos of it. There's king queen of spades, and there's king queen of diamonds.
Yeah.
But I
Does
mean,
make the snug combo,
which
is nice.
It's a hell of a spot to pull the trigger. I would be mighty impressed.
Sandul is in the Twitch chat. We've also got KYC, really crazy, calls king 6 suited but doesn't defend king jack suited. I agree with that, and I can definitely guarantee that CVJ here also does it. And Top Grunt seems like he's supporting Cobster.
So Sai's going to get a chance at redemption with a king jack this time, but I have a feeling that this one might be even harder to play. Tony has a hand that he can certainly be going ahead and rejamming against a button open for 20 bigs. Tony is the table chip leader.
Right.
Yeah, but we have seen him be very snug and very safe when it comes to pre-flop. And while he has been playing safe, he has been playing aggressively. And he continues the aggression here with a 3-bet to 1 million. This is not what I was expecting to see either, Dean. I figured we'd either see the all-in or we would just see a more conservative defend.
See, I'm not a huge fan of the defend with ace-10 O. I don't mind it with ace-10 suited, but I think that with ace-10 O, our hands are so strong, doesn't play as well, that we just want to be ripping it in his eye. But now, they're both going to be playing this awkward pot. Very awkward pot.
I mean, 2 hands ago, I folded King Jack suited facing min raise. So I assumed that the King Jack offsuit is going to be folding to the 3-bet.
You would think so. Nope. All in.
I'm so
what
good
do you
at
know?
this game. I'm
You're the best.
Absolutely. I'm out of just on absolute fire today.
Does anyone want to start making some money? And I can just bet against whatever Corey says. I would like to start gambling. Seems like a pretty sure thing. Take the opposite of whatever Corey says.
Gambling at all to me. Not so far. I mean, I've just had to pick my jaw up off the floor because I'm just so confused.
It might work though.
Yeah, it could work. I mean, it like probably will. This is
ace-10 O feels pretty gross at this point, right?
Yeah, ace-10 makes a pretty good rejam for 20 bigs against a button open, but it doesn't make a good 3-bet call.
Is our boy Sandul still in the chat? He should be. He's generally been hanging out with us the whole time. Yes, he is. That is snug. Ace-9 suited in the bin from under the gun too.
That is snug.
He just knew. He just knew.
Good timing.
Nevin. You give a good player good cards. Good things normally happen. Do you reckon maybe our opponent saw the reflection of the cards in those very, very reflective glasses?
Yeah, I think that's what it was, yeah.
Yeah. Tony T. Generally playing pretty snug. I couldn't imagine Tony calling this one, to be honest. What are you thinking is the bottom of 16 bigs?
To defend or to jam?
To defend.
Probably weaker than King 6 off. I think we can certainly flick in a defend here against the button open.
Oof. Spicy.
Yeah, interesting flop here. So Tony actually, he doesn't know this, but it's actually a really good flop for him considering how close to dead he was pre. Top set here, still only 66% equity. Just the 6 high flush draw. It might not be strong enough of a draw to actually stick around.
200，200，那边800。
According to Tony T, it is good enough. And he turns the flush. A weak one.
Yeah,
Third
but a flush
weakest.
nonetheless.
But a flush nonetheless.
The set of aces is all of a sudden downgraded pretty significantly.
Now having
This is not
6
the top set
clean
you're looking
outs.
for on the final table.
No.
Stacks pot ratio of less than 1 here. Don't think there's much reason to make that any shallower with our top set on the turn here.
Yeah, you don't need to do anything. Yep. Again, time bank. Just thinking through this, Nevin. Look at that. Newen in the background, though. Slurping up noodles as good as he slurps up chips at the table.
Got to be hungry work. Final tabling high rollers every day.
Yep. Does go check, check. Does the board pair.
And Tony will stay ahead with the 6 high flush.
What's your feelings about Tony's ability to lead here?
You can go smaller. You want to use like a block bet size, which is looks like it's exactly what he's picked.
Yeah,
just trying to like
1.5 bigs.
Yeah, get a crying call from something like a 2-pair type of hand. Maybe a set. Maybe every now and then we get called by like a top pair that just doesn't believe us. We're trying to get called by not so strong hands, and when that's the case, we want to use not so big bets.
And just turn our hand and just fold it if we get raised, I'm assuming.
Yeah. We can't really bet and call off.
What sort of hands would you turn? Would you balance this out from a bluff perspective? Would it be something like 5-6 that doesn't have anything? Knight and 5-6 no heart that you call the flop with the straight draw for a small bet, and then.
In theory, yes, but it's very, very difficult to actually pull triggers on a bluff in a spot like this, which is why that block bet is going to be so effective. Where on a final table, there's short stacks around, there's ICM. It's a pretty insane spot to pull the trigger on a bluff, given that the size you need to pick is your entire stack to make it effective.
I was more meaning from Tony's perspective, like with his block bet.
Sure.
What's he balancing out where he doesn't have the like aces beat or a pair beat and stuff like that.
I mean a 6-5 suited is going to be the obvious choice. You can turn a 7 or a 4 into a bluff on the river here as well, though.
Yep. And he's basically up to 20 bigs. Juhan, Jack 9-0 in the cutoff in the bin. And the player that came in as the chip leader is now down to sub 20 bigs. Continues to fold. However, I don't think Konstantin is folding this ace-3 suited from the small blind. Does complete. And this should be interesting.
Yeah, this is a hand that probably is going to play best just as a jam. We're 20 effective. We can put the ICM pressure on our opponent. We really want to deny equity from things like Queen Jack, Jack 10, King 9 suited, like all this stuff that's super, super live against us. We can deny equity from those. And also, Konstantin just simply cannot call a jam without an absolute monster hand. So many short stacks floating around. It's just not worth the risk for him.
So he's gone to about 3.2 big blinds. Not the jam as you'd suggested, but at least a healthy raise. What was Konstantin's thoughts here if this happened? Did he have thoughts about limp raising? Yes.
It looks like the answer is yes.
Did.
And this is the issue with the sevens, and we actually saw a very similar predicament for Tony as we approached our final table, where he found the 3-bet with the ace-10 off against Zhang Sai's king-jack offsuit. We found the 4-bet jam in that situation, and Tony was forced to 3-bet fold his ace-10, 3-bet fold the best hand. And he's in a situation now where he may be forced to fold the best hand once again.
Yeah.
This would be a huge call to make. It's going to leave him with 10 bigs if he calls and loses. And once you see the limp jam from your opponent, now putting the chips in, we're not denying equity at all. We are just hoping that our opponent's making a move. And if they aren't, it's really not a good spot for us to be running it.
Yep. Yep. And I like Konstantin's choice to do this with their specific stack as well, with 20 bigs. Has enough fold equity to actually make this work. And yet again, Tony T is pushed off the best hand because he's been electing to not just put the chips in pre. Definitely can do different things later in later positions. And then, yeah, open jams ace jack suits and then opens to 5x with jack 10-0. Definitely an odd, some odd play there from Zoo.
Yeah.
Tony T, though, has a very pretty hand here.
It's important to note when talking about like the bottom stack, like there's the general heuristic that the player that has the least number of chips doesn't have so much pressure on them, and that rule will generally hold up. And as a heuristic, it is generally speaking reliable. But it's important to ask and keep in mind why the player that's the shortest doesn't have so much pressure on them. And it's because when we think about these sort of spots where they can just take high-risk situations and just sort of run their equity and try and build a stack, it's because they're very likely to be the next one to bust anyway. When you're 6 of 6, but you're like 1 big blind behind the guy that's in 5th, and like 3 big blinds behind the guy that's in 4th, and you're less than a double up away from the guy that's in 1st, it's not like it's overwhelmingly likely who have almost as good a chance of busting before you do. So we do have to keep that in mind. We have to play pretty snug. We have to respect the ICM when it comes to spots like that. But let's forget about all of that for the moment because we have a real hand brewing here.
We sure do. Tony raising from low jack with the king queen of diamonds. Constantine flatting from big, king 7 of clubs. Flop is then the queen of hearts, jack 8 of clubs. So Tony T has flopped top pair, and Constantine has flopped a king high flush draw with a little bit of backdoor equity as well, and that is a killer card for Tony T. Turns, trips, Constantine turns the king high flush.
Yeah, that's the spectator's turn card right there.
Oh, wow. No. Well done, Corey. Beating you to it by seconds.
700k is the bet from Tony T, and this is probably going to look kind of like what it is. The question is Constantine going to give his opponent credit for triple barreling and spring the check raise on 5th Street, or does he just fire it in there immediately? That looks like he's counted out a call. We are off to a river. 4 million already out there to fight for. Tony thinks he wants to see a brick, but actually this 9 of clubs is a pretty good card for him.
This is a great card for Tony T.
Constantine has significantly downgraded on this river. He's gone from a hand that's frothing at the mouth at the idea of playing for stacks to a hand that maybe just wants one small block bet worth of value. And he's going to go ahead and make that value bet himself.
Well, it's like 1.4 million. That's not super small. It's about... It's...
解说，请关注大鹏德州。关注大鹏德州。对吧？并不烂 ，OK OK。什么级别了
Welcome back, boys and girls. We are here to bring you all of the action in the Red Dragon Plus Championship. This is Day 1C. We are a little way through the day so far. I think we're about 60% of the way through. A couple sessions of play left until we get all of these guys bagged up and bring them back for Day 2 in a couple of days' time. Or tomorrow, I think. John Fang with the Queen 10 of clubs, going to start the action off with a race to 2k. So the inferior clubs here for Dongshan.
All right, guys. Welcome back from the break.
Hey, Liam.
My name... Hello, Corey. How are you?
I'm good, I'm good. Glad you could join us.
Thank
Very
you for
pumped to
having
be
me.
here for all the action.
Yeah, some familiar faces already on this feature. We get straight into the action.
Yeah, aren't you just in time? Top 2 versus open ender. Yupeng in the big blind has caught the middle pair as well. We could see some fireworks here, Liam.
These guys are extremely deep as well. 32 bigs for Zhang Feng. I really like the lead on this flop, Corey. There's so many hands that will be wrapped around the Queen 10. Hands like Jack 9, hands like King Jack, Ace King, King Queen. So I like the strong lead. Deuce of Hearts on the turn probably won't slow him down too much. Aside from the flush draws, not much else changes. And Corey, they can't always have a flush draw, can they?
They can't. Sometimes it feels like they do, but in reality, there is a lot of things that not like it was able to pay off. Getting to fold is you don't mind it so much. If the Jack Nine's going to be putting a reasonable amount of money into this pot by the time we get to showdown, it's probably because they improve to a straight. So just taking this pot down here against the open ender is a decent result.
For sure, because there are still quite a few rivers that we just don't feel comfortable on. So, yeah, not a bad result. Sometimes we want to keep our opponent drawing, but early in the tournament, probably pretty comfortable to collect the chips. Guys, for those of you who are not familiar with my voice, my name is Liam Murray. I am a professional poker player from Brisbane in Australia, and I'm lucky enough to be joined by my friend Corey van Jaarsveld, one of the most talented and good-looking poker players from the Brisbane area, and we are carrying our good friend Dean Cox. He's not quite as handsome as us, but there are very few people who are, so we won't hold it against him. Pretty standard stuff. Under the gun opens Queen Jack O, and the next player to his left calls with King 10 of Hearts.
A little bit for everyone.
Gutshot for Huang and Zhang Feng with middle pair. He won't be getting away from this one just yet. Turn is now a 7. Not really changing much for either of their early position ranges. Of course, ace 7 probably won't be in the hand. He's going to continue the story.
This is actually a really interesting turn barrel here. I'm not quite sure what the objective is. Are we value betting the hand, or are we bluffing? I think Queen Jack feels far too in the middle to really accomplish either of those things very effectively. But it's going to get the gusher out of the way and buy some equity at least.
Corey, a bit of a late start for us this afternoon. The stream kicked off about halfway through this day 1C flight. What did you get up to? Did you get out and see WA? I know you're over in Western Australia at the moment, away from your residence in Queensland. How did you spend your day?
Yeah, I mean, it's just been a nice, relaxed one. Over at Mum's place, so just been having plenty of family time, relaxing a little bit by the water. I'm pretty lucky. From where I'm sitting right now, I can look out the window and actually watch dolphins.
And if you looked in the mirror, you'd see a whale. Got him!
That was too quick. Well played.
Just in case you missed it, guys, I said that if Corey looked in the mirror, he would see a whale. That's actually that's not true. Corey just is particularly unlucky
Yeah, that's what it
against
is.
the real whales.
Do you see the 2 pocket pairs whiffing here? They're going to be not loving the fact there's an ace on board, but it turns out it's the 6 that they actually have to worry about here. Jianfeng with the big blind defend has improved to the best hand, but he's going to be outturned on the 8 of hearts. And
Pretty
Jack 8.
pretty standard stuff, Corey, for us to see a multi-way pot on a day one flight. I mean, earlier tournaments we were streaming this week were absolutely chaotic, but our high rollers have been some extremely talented and high-level poker, as you would come to expect. We didn't see too many four-way flops in any high roller, let alone the early stages. So there's a very big difference between the buy-in levels here in Jeju.
Yeah, it's funny. We went from right at the beginning watching a 6-way all-in where no player actually had a particularly strong hand. So having a couple of high-stake, extremely high-level, like elite lineups where just everyone was so sharp. And then dipping back into a main event where, I mean, the players are capable for sure. Not to knock anyone, just when you go from watching the best in the world one moment, going anywhere else is going to feel like a little bit of a drop off. And yeah, we're back to watching the multi-way chaos.
Corey, what's going on here? Pocket twos is still in the hand, and he looks like he has devious intentions.
Yeah, the deuce is actually delayed c-bet the turn into 3 players.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the 8 obviously sticks around, improves to the trips, and once you get called on the turn with the deuces, you're going to have a pretty good idea that your hand is no good anymore.
There was a time in my life where I'd still find a river bluff with deuces there. And then I met you. And you made it conditional upon our friendship that I got better at poker. I would like to think that has been the case.
I think you've made some progress.
Wouldn't want to give me too many compliments, would you? Just got to keep me on my toes. Corey, I'll save you wasting your breath of asking me how my day was. Was good. Thank you.
I'm glad to hear. Tell me a bit about it.
No, you don't get to find out now, pal. I'm going to keep that a secret. And if anyone watching at home wants to know, I'll tell you. But we'll make sure that Corey turns his mic, turns his speakers off so he can't hear.
All right, Liam, I'm gonna go on mute for 42 seconds here. So I'm gonna give you a countdown from 3, and then quickly let all the viewers know what you've been up to today. All right, okay. 3, 2, 1.
Guys, I know you're hanging on the edge of your seats. Today I had sandwiches for lunch, and I had a nap after lunch. And then I did some tidying up, and my wife and I, we minimized my son's toy collection. But if Corey asks, you make sure that you tell him it was much more interesting than it actually was. Do not tell him
All right, I've gone loud again, Liam.
Guys,
Did you?
Guys, don't tell him.
I assume it was.
Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
It must have been quite the story.
Yeah, it was. and they're not allowed to tell you.
All right, okay. I'm just
Guys,
going to assume it was.
we have seen King 10 turn a straight against, unfortunately, not a whole lot else for him. In order to achieve a big pot, sometimes we just need to cooler our opponents a little bit. And it's going to be pretty hard for Dong Chen to find some value here. Kwong does check the ace. And pocket fours, I think he's going to struggle to put any more money in this pot unless something crazy happens. Stranger things have happened. Corey, what do you think about this river bet?
I mean, we may as well try, I suppose. We can't go big. Like, we're literally just trying to get called by the type of hand that Huang has here with the top pair. And it's important that we don't bet a whole lot if that's our goal. And we see the 10k does seem to be the right price here. But we're certainly not loving that we've gone running queens. It's even sadder to think that one of the queens would have improved us to the royal flush, and we found two of the other ones instead. Double pair board, not quite what you're looking for with a straight, but he is going to manage to squeeze just a few big blinds out of his opponent there, and will be a nice pot heading his direction either way. Does anyone want to let me know about how exciting Liam's day was?
Guys, I'm telling you, I will turn the stream off if you tell him what happened. There will be no stream for anyone. We will turn this computer around and you will go home and there will be no more poker.
You've been practicing that one, haven't you, Liam?
Yeah, look, I'm getting very used to the conversation with my 2-year-old every afternoon. No, you cannot have an icy pole. Yeah. What would you like for dinner? Ice block. No, mate, you can't have an ice block for dinner. Like, just, yeah. Rano Sutla going to... I'm surprised by this one, Corey.
Yeah.
King 7 suited. King 7 suited from early position off only 26 bigs. I don't understand much of it. No. But again, like Corey and I... Yep.
The stuff that we were seeing on our feature table, the last couple of levels, me and Dean could not wrap our heads around it. We were seeing the 6-4 suited under the gun open, getting in there. We saw 4 4-bet bluffs in that one session of play. They were just getting after it. So, you're right, I definitely wouldn't have expected to see the King 7 suited opening here. I'm not quite sure what the idea is. But at this point, I think I might be numb to it. These guys, they are well and truly off-road here in this main event, Day 1C.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's one of the things we find in main events, right? Is that, like, you know, for Rano, I'm sure he's just looking for an opportunity to, I assume, I don't want to presume, right? But as a high stakes player, he's probably not too worried about the size of this buy-in. He's only worried about, you know, amassing chips and you know, putting himself in a powerful position for day 2. But I mean, you know, like we've said before, when we make comments on what we are watching, we're really only able to comment from our own viewpoint, and unluckily for us, we won't get the opportunity to understand the thought process behind it. So, Rano, when we meet, if you can remember that hand in particular from day 1C of the Red Dragon Plus Championship, King 7 suited off 26, under the gun into... No, I'm joking. Of course, you're not going to remember that hand. But yeah, no, it's sometimes perplexing. But yeah. Corey, we have a real test match ahead of us in the next few days. Quickly, for international viewers, a test match is a 5-day-long game of cricket, and it's a real marathon. So the main event at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Plus series is a real marathon. We expect these guys to play for 5 days. If you're still here on the 5th day, you will be down to the last 1 or 2% of the field. But yeah, I mean, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5. Our day 2 levels, Corey, are 90 minutes. The most famous tournament in the world, the World Series of Poker main event, has a 2-hour level. And Corey, you and I, we don't even have to go to Vegas. We can just go to Jeju in July to be able to experience 90-minute levels. So what do you reckon, mate? You reckon maybe we go and flick a couple of bullets in the main event?
Yes. Yes.
All right, you've twisted my arm. Corey, where did you grow up? You grew up in Western Australia? Emerald.
I would say I grew up in the Northern Territory.
You've been all over.
No, I have been all over. Yeah. We bounced around a bit. So Western Australia until I was like 10, and then Northern Territory until I was like 15 or 16, and then last couple of years of school in Emerald, and then eventually found my way to Brisbane, then back to Perth, then back to Brisbane, and now here we are.
For those of you that are unfamiliar with Australia, we are a very, very diverse climate. So essentially what Corey's talking about is Western Australia is very... it's essentially 6 hours from where we both live at the moment. It's actually quicker for us to both go to New Zealand from where we live than it is to fly to Western Australia. So it gives you an idea of how large Australia is. And then, of course, Darwin is where all of the crocs live. So the Northern Territory is full of crocodiles. And then, as a professional poker player, Brisbane is full of whales and sharks. So no matter where you look, there are oceanic creatures everywhere you see.
Quite the aquatic country down here in Australia.
Absolutely. You ready to mute your headphones again, Corey?
All right. 3.
Do you know what you didn't do?
1.
Do you know? No, wait. I'm gonna turn you into a conversationalist. Do you know what you didn't do, Corey?
I don't know. I've just popped back in, Liam. I realised I didn't give an amount of time that I would be gone for. What have I missed?
Well, I'm just saying that I'm going to help you improve your conversational skills. Why am I asking you to turn your headphones off?
I assume that you're going to tell people about your day.
No.
Oh, okay.
I just asked you about where you grew up, and you didn't ask me.
Okay, well, I didn't think we'd got to that bit yet.
Okay. Now, how would you ask me, Corey?
So, Liam, where did you grow up?
Well, I'm not telling you. No, I'm kidding. I grew up in North Queensland, in Townsville, and then I relocated to the Sunshine Coast, which is about an hour from Brisbane, which is about 2 hours from the Gold Coast. So I've been in southeast Queensland all of my life, well, most of my formative years, and I now have settled in Brisbane with my own family. Thanks for asking, Corey. It's very nice of you.
That's all right. I'm also very curious as to how your day has been today, Liam.
My day's been good. Had a couple of naps, had some sandwiches for lunch, and hung out with my absolutely demonic 2-year-old for the afternoon.
That does sound like a good day.
Yeah. Most days are good days, Corey. Corey, top pair against 2 opponents. Not much of a kicker. You're going to start out with a check in a raised pot?
I certainly am. The ace-6 suited going to be one of the weakest hands we're opening from under the gun. We have caught the top pair. There is a flush draw out there, but we don't want to be c-betting our entire range on this board. We want to be checking back sometimes, and it's important that when we are going to be having a portion of our range that checks back, we sometimes have some decently strong hands in there, like top pairs. The ace-x with weak kickers are generally going to be the hands that fit into that category the most, and so I'm definitely on board with checking this ace-6. Dong, with the deuces, decides that he wants to have a stab at this.
It's interesting, right, Corey?
Today.
Like, he could actually... Jean Feng could actually have flush draws himself. So he would check them, he would call a bet, and then he would check the turn. I'm interested to see what he does on the river. Does he go for try and extract value, or go again with a check call option? I think I would like to check, because I don't really love folding top pair. Whereas right now we have only a 6 kicker. So I think if we get raised, we almost always have to fold. Whereas if we check, we could probably call a 10k bet. But maybe I'm just completely wrong, and they always have deuces, and you're missing value by checking.
I mean, yeah, deuces are certainly not one of the hands we're expecting them to be showing up with after betting the turn, betting the flop into 2 people. Yeah, I guess that's the new hip thing in Jeju, just stabbing multi-way with underpairs. Maybe we need to work that into our game, Liam.
I've actually been doing that for ages, and and I've been trying to make it cool, and no one is taking it on board.
And it turns out that it's not the strategy that is the problem. You're just not in the right country.
I'm actually too advanced. Which I've been telling my backers for a very long time.
I'm sure they've got your back.
Well, somehow they still do.
Rano going to get after it here. Ace-9 this time. Slightly stronger than the King-7 suited from a few moments ago. Ace-3 offsuit. Tonchan. This is a pretty loose defend in the small blind. We can definitely flick in a call in the big with a hand like this, but I would not recommend...
No, it's been 3-bet for it.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't recommend this either, to be fair. But I'd probably prefer this over a call. At least we have a bit of fold equity here.
Yeah.
Trong really getting after it here.
I mean, maybe he saw the King-7 suited, but that's nowhere near possible, because that was only about 8 minutes ago, and we're on a 30-minute delay. So, to be honest, man, I'm perplexed by Rano's opens at the moment. I'm very I'm very unsure of what's going on.
Well, perhaps it will become more clear as we progress. We do have a lot of poker still to play. 1 hour levels here in our main event. So plenty of time for these guys to showcase what they've got.
What did you have for dinner tonight, Corey?
So my dinner is still cooking, actually. We've got rissoles and veggies on the way.
On the way?
Pumped to tuck into it. Yep, it's cooking.
Oh, as in it is currently cooking in your house.
It is, yes, it is being prepared as we speak.
I thought that you had found an Uber Eats restaurant that served rissoles and veggies. I was like, that's unreal. That's the most West Australian thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, I'm moving to Western Australia.
Only in WA.
No, there is some benefits to setting up a temporary office at Mum's place. Highly recommend.
Corey, in the Twitch chat, 19 different people have just asked what I had for dinner, and 16 of them have asked on YouTube. I had Scotch fillet steak. Thank you for asking, friends in the chat.
Sorry, Liam, I was just muted. I mean, what did you? I feel like I was supposed to ask something. Let me just rack my brains here for a second.
No, it's fine, Corey. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about having a conversation. I will just ask you the questions and you answer them.
Oh, it was something about dinner.
Yeah, remember how I asked you about dinner and you didn't ask me in the same way that I asked you about where you grew up, and then you didn't ask me where I grew up?
Hang on, Liam. No, hang on. Well, don't give me any more tips. I think I've got it.
Yeah, okay, well,
sure. What is...
Welcome to your first day on Earth as a human, Corey.
I want to know your favourite flavour of sugar-free soft drink. I think that's the question that I was going to ask.
Well, Corey, if I could have Pepsi Max on tap in my house, I would have already done that. My wife is appalled by the amount of Pepsi Max that I drink.
I mean, it's a good drink. It's a good drink. I'm certainly a fan of a Pepsi Max.
If you look at the number one ingredient on a can of Pepsi Max, I'll read it to you. Carbonated water. Water is the number one ingredient, and she's upset with me about it.
I mean, look.
The second ingredient is aspartame and food acids 338, 330, preservative 211, and sweeteners 951, 950. And in case you were wondering, it also contains caffeine. It is a complete balanced meal, Corey.
Yeah, it's basically a nutrition tablet in the form of a fizzy drink.
Protein powders? No thanks. I'll have my Pepsi Max.
Very good.
And Corey, if you were wondering,
my favourite soft drink.
Yeah, but I hadn't finished my Pepsi Max monologue. If you were wondering,
sorry. Yes.
The cheapest way to acquire cans of Pepsi Max is through Amazon on subscription.
So we've got a Pepsi Max subscription. What is the world coming to? It's 2026, and you can get.
Well, Bunnings is now on Uber Eats as well, mate. So So you don't even have
We're
to go to
living in the
Bunnings. You
future.
can just, yeah, we really are. It's unreal because Bunnings is about a 16-minute drive from us. So it's a very welcomed thing to have Bunnings on Uber Eats. Corey, what is your favourite flavour of sugar-free soft drink?
I'm not telling.
Why?
It's chicken nuggets, Liam.
Just blending up nuggets with soda water? Insanity. Rano Sutla with King Queen O, and his opponent has King 7 for top pair. Rano's going to bet the C-bet for 2,000, and he just drills the turn. For our friend Rano, this is a great result. Not much has been going his way. How does he play this one, Corey? Do you think he checks back, or does he go for maybe 8,000?
Yeah, I mean, this king-queen is quite a bit stronger than he's supposed to be at this point in the hand, so certainly makes sense for him to fire another bet here. There's a lot of draws that he can represent. Clubs are obviously out there. There's some straight draws that are out there. Plenty of hands that he can get value from in 7x and some pocket pairs. And yeah, this is not what I expected. This King 7 is certainly going to be strong enough to stick around, you would think. But yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate for Rano.
The reason I thought that he may stick around is he didn't his suits. So he had diamonds and two clubs on board. Didn't interact with it gives your opponent a lot of options for bluffs and of course the king is a spectacular kicker, but he knows better. He knew that Rano was c-betting the king queen on the flop and turned a queen. So well played hand by him.
Next level.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if he knows what level he was on. Corey, do you have a favorite sugar-free soft drink?
Yeah, I love me a Sprite no sugar. It just tastes like Sprite. Goated choice. The other one is Kirk's lemonade sugar-free as well. Is a very good option. Yes. Particularly expensive though. Yeah, you just need to get the Woolies specials. You just need to time it right.
Hijack does open ace-8-0, and the button with the 3-bet Dong Chen will 3-bet to ace king off. Ace-8 going to get out of the way. Yeah, it's interesting, Corey. There was a time in my life where I didn't look at price tags, but now I'm very much doing that.
I mean, the numbers on the price tag seem to be going up at an alarming rate. So yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah, absolutely. Nappies are, nappies change everything. Corey, do you realise that the spread on nappies, you could spend $1.30 per nappy. For those outside of Australia, a nappy is a diaper, or you could spend 26 cents. So for a pack of 50. You can get them for $27, or you can spend $60.
I think you should do the cheap one.
Well, I mean, your kid doesn't know any different, and they're all the same. The only thing different is whether it's got a Finding Nemo fish on the front of it. For those of you tuning in, this is what you can expect from day one commentary. Corey and I absolutely dribbling in between hands. Ace-8 gonna jam from the big blind. I like this, Corey. The hijack,
of
course,
pretty aggressive.
Doesn't have to have a very good hand in order to open. And your Peng Yang is going to pick up some vital chips.
Yeah, given how wide the table seems to be opening, this ace-8 offsuit jam is probably actually going to be far more effective than it typically would be. We have
Yeah.
seen people getting amongst it almost just because they feel like it, is what it seems.
可以，找不到可以推的牌，好不容易拿到一手可以推的，我就推了。我也想，不能最后慢性死亡推不进去就完了。对，你现在离泡沫期太远了。哦。波动就波动了，对。对。我先走一步。等我搓一个 AA， 我接你。开玩笑，开玩笑，AA 我，AA 我都可以。真的。
Xiaolu gonna find the jam with Ace Queen O. Yupen Yang in the small blind finds Ace Queen O again as well, and Dong Chen in the hijack. Unfortunately for him, he's going to have to let this go. Whether Yupen does or not is another story.
Yeah, this is a 15 big blind rejam cutoff versus hijack. I mean, it's usually going to be at least a reasonably strong hand, but Ace Queen, it's going to probably be doing really well against a good portion of the rejams. Hands like Ace 10, Ace Jack can certainly be jamming here. King Queen offsuits, Queen Jack suiteds. Lots of pocket pairs that are just going to be flipping with the Ace Queen. So this is a perfectly good spot to go for it, try and accumulate some chips. We do see this is very likely going to be a chop.
And Corey, we are about halfway through the flight as well. Probably leaning more towards the back third of the flight. So I imagine these guys do have the option to rebuy as well. So probably a pretty good spot to maybe spin up a stack or head off to the registration desk and flick in another bullet. It's not what we do though, Corey. We bag main events off one entry, don't we?
I highly recommend the one bullet strat, yes.
我要优雅的，要么进决赛桌，要么出局啊，绝对可以，必须要站着。
Pretty easy when you get kings in for 60 bigs pre.
That does help. Yeah.
Should have seen it, Corey. I was an absolute wizard.
Yeah, you raised and then they went all in, and then you called and held.
Yep.
Like that.
You and I don't always hold though, so that's the wizardy bit.
Aha! You've been improving.
I have. I made it 3,600. Someone else called, and then someone else made it 12,000. And you know what I did, Corey? Tell me the size I picked.
26.
Nah. I went smaller. I went 22.3.
Spicy.
And you know what he did? Silly goose. He put them all in.
Well, that's his first mistake.
Right into my trap, Corey. Right into my trap.
I bet he felt like a chump after you showed him.
Yeah, I think so. I gave him a send-off. Ace King? You think I don't have Ace King beat, kid? Get out of here.
Yang here has flopped the top pair. Currently well out in front. Jian Feng defends the big blind with the jack 2 of diamonds. It's caught bottom pair, backdoor flush draw. Not much at all for Rano here, but he is the one that's going to be betting. And we see he's actually opened up the 10-9 offsuit from the cutoff. This is pretty loose. Rano clearly just getting after it here. Seems like he might just be happy to ramp the variance up a little bit.
Corey, just bear with me for one moment. I will be back shortly.
No problem. Yupeng with the top pair does make the call on the button here, and facing action from two opponents, the bottom pair should probably just be let go. Problem with our hand here is that up against a button caller, that cannot be a bluff. Just by definition, he's not generating fold equity. We do have a pretty spicy turn card here. Xianfeng makes a bit of a light call on the flop, and he's going to pick up a backdoor diamond draw. Rano, after trying to steal this one away on the flop, has been called twice. He will be giving this one up. King 7. Notable downgrade on this turn card. Not much of a reason to be putting any additional chips into this pot at this stage. Can just check back, take a free river card, and most likely try and get our hand to showdown for free. But that plan might change when we river a king of spades. Our hand has upgraded back to a value hand. Only bad news for Yupeng Yang here is that no one's really got much to pay you off with. Do have to be a little bit weary of Xianfeng in this hand. Once he calls as the third player involved in the hand on the flop, being up against some kind of King X doesn't seem like that far of a stretch. Once he checks the turn and checks the river, and there's only the King of Hearts left unaccounted for, you'll probably start feeling a little better about your hand, maybe expecting to see things like pocket sixes a little more often. And if that is the case, we want to size appropriately to try and get paid by either something like that or just try and get paid by an ace. Rano would be the player that's a little more likely to be holding an ace, you would think. Some kind of ace-5 suited, c-bets the gut shot, turns the top pair, pot controls the turn, but obviously not the case this time. Yupeng will take this pot down with the trip kings. Rano really getting after it here. 10-9 offsuit from the hijack this time. 10-9 off, typically speaking, would be the bottom of a button steal range. So Rano was open it from the cutoff last hand, open it from the hijack here. And he's a high caliber enough player to know this as well. This is him declaring that he just wants to get involved, play pots, ramp up the variance, and try and build a big stack. That's the way that I'm interpreting this, at least. We are going to see Trong with the 5-3 suited make the call, and Xianfeng with the pocket eights in the small. Potentially a really good squeeze spot for him, especially if he realizes how loose Rano is opening. Trong's call on the button here also very speculative. So the two dream player profiles to be putting in squeezes out of the small. And looks like Xianfeng has pulled the trigger on it. Big blind out of the way. 20k is the price to go. And it looks like two quick folds. Xianfeng will pick up a nice healthy little pot there pre-flop. Gets him up to 100k.
Corey, any straight flushes, 4 of a kind? What did I miss?
Yeah, we had quads versus straight flush actually. So both of those things.
I imagine quads
But then
river.
after, no. It was quads v straight flush on the flop, and it ran out of chop.
Oh wow, for the royal.
Yeah, pretty sick.
Maybe Corey, Rano's plan was to open a lot and fold, and then do this with queens.
Yeah, last hand he actually opened and folded. So it seems like the plan is all coming together exactly as he drew it up. Do see a pocket pair getting out of the way. Jianfeng put the squeeze on last hand and took it down after Rano got a little out of line with another 10-9 offsuit open.
Don't do it, John Fang.
He's
Silly
doing
boy.
it. And I mean, to be honest, given what we have seen from Rano's opening range so far, he is a great target for this kind of move. Just occasionally,
With
the guys that are
8-8
playing super loose.
specifically?
I mean, like, we just get to do this super aggressively against someone that's opening 10-9 off from every position. But sometimes they do pick up pocket queens.
I think I'm onto his strap.
What do you think it is?
Trick them into 3-betting him lots. And then have good hands when he does it.
I might try that one. Actually, you know what? I'm going to keep it in the back pocket until the RDPT Plus in July. I'm going to break out the strap there.
It'd actually be really sick if us talking about this ended up in us both going to Jeju in July.
I mean, the more I watch the RDPT Plus playing out on this stream, the more I want to just book a flight to Jeju in July.
I might book one tomorrow.
I've already got the notifications on the watch list going for cheap flights to Jeju. So as soon as it comes up, I'm going to be on top of it.
You know how different we are? I didn't even know that was a thing.
Well, one of us might have been pinching pennies for a little longer, you know. 5-4 suited for win on the button. King 6 for Dong Chen in the small blind.
I think you're faking it, Corey. I think you might be a Bitcoin billionaire.
I wish it was the case. Big whiff for the 5-4 suited. Not much for the King 6 either, but it is out in the lead. Probably can't withstand any pressure, though. A C-bet should get the job done here. Oh, a small blind donk lead. Is that what you thought was going to happen, Liam? Because that's totally what I thought was going to happen.
That is what I had to think. That is what I thought.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, well, I mean, what else was he going to do? Check to the aggressor like everyone else?
Yeah, why would you do that?
We get to see all sorts of chaotic stuff. We're not even on the game tree in this thing. We're just standing out in the garden having a good time.
Yeah, we're literally under the tree setting it on fire. It's pouring petrol on the base and just going crazy.
You think these guys are going to believe Rano when he opens the pocket eights here? I don't think I'd believe Rano when he opens the pocket eights here.
I believe Rano.
I mean, I believe him now. Half an hour ago at the table, I wouldn't have believed him.
Corey, this three
Doesn't look
bet
like they believe him.
doesn't achieve a whole lot, does it?
No, it doesn't. No, this is too small to really get the job done.
This 4-bet does.
Not
right?
only that, but yeah, I mean, this 4-bet's going to get past Rano's pocket eights. The problem for Yupeng is he might have priced himself into call here. It's 23,000 more to call. There's nearly 50 in the middle. He's getting better than 2 to 1. Yupeng Yang might have painted himself into a bit of a corner here.
Corey, I've asked you not to get into the GTO stuff too much on stream. None of this 2 to 1 dribble that you and your charting mates worry about.
Let me rephrase. All in, not many chip. We already lots chip middle. Just little more chips. C5 cards. Queen Jack.
Small amount on payment plan remaining. Don't sell car just yet. Pay off car. Then sell.
Yupeng does eventually make the fold. We see he was actually sitting on about 43% equity up against the 10, so it would have been a pretty good spot for him had he realised just how live he was to go ahead and run the equity, but he is going to get forced out. The 4-bet will get through.
Corey, the other night I asked Dean about if he had 1 day left on planet Earth and he had 3 meals to choose from. What are your breakfast, lunch, and dinner choices of anything that you could eat?
That's a great question. I think I'd have like a full English breakfast, like the eggs and the bacon and the sausages and the hash browns and the all that stuff.
Yep.
For lunch, I'd want a chicken schnitzel sandwich. And for dinner, I think I'd go a lasagna.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I think that'd be the lineup.
What type of eggs are you choosing? Scrambled, fried, or poached?
Oh, easily scrambled. Yeah, for sure. What are your 3, Liam?
Sorry, give me 1 second and I'll answer you. I'm just researching my answers.
Did you think you were going to have a bit more time before I asked?
Yeah, I thought you might have had some...
I'm a fast learner, you know. You just asking ChatGPT?
All right. So, Corey, for breakfast, I would choose pancakes And
That was my second
for-
option, to be fair.
So, just to deviate a little bit from the rest of the meal plan for the day, one of my favorite things on a Sunday to do is make pancakes with my son. So that's that's something that I think have like a lot of sentimental attachment to. So pancakes to breakfast. Is it too controversial if I say a Bunnings sausage sizzle for lunch?
Oh no, I'm a big fan of a sausage sizzle. If I had 2 days left, I would definitely be finding a sausage sizzle in there somewhere.
And for dinner, I would choose a great piece of steak with some broccolini and some asparagus with lemon, garlic, and butter. And for my entree, I would have caviar as well. So that's my 3. If you are watching in Twitch or YouTube, give us your 3. What are your 3 breakfast, lunch, and dinner on your last day on Earth? Corey, I didn't realize, but there's 23 people in YouTube listening to us triple absolute nonsense. Thank you for sticking around, guys. I had no idea. I actually had no idea that there was 20 people on YouTube.
Well, we're about to get a whole lot of lists.
Yeah, give us your list, guys. What's your breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Imagine if it's just like Phil Ivey, Patrick Antonius, just all like, hey, can you guys talk about the poker? I'm very interested to watch the poker and not your lunch list. Wow, Corey, 16 responses, and all of them are hamburgers for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is crazy. Unreal. You guys are crazy.
I mean, I do love a hamburger, to be fair. I mean, it's...
Nah. Overrated.
Did you just call burgers overrated?
Yep.
Yeah,
you heard me.
I was about to say... we've
get out of here,
that enjoys a burger that's joining us. Guys, Dean's going to be tagging me out for a short while. It's been fun.
Not anymore.
I'm gonna need a minute to recover from Liam.
Can we check out Liam? I don't think I can.
I'm more than happy to give you guys a break.
Jesus.
All right, everyone, have fun. You guys have got a bit of a hand through it, so I'm going to leave you with it, and I'll talk to you all soon. See you guys.
Thanks, mate.
Do you want to update us on what's gone on this hand, Liam?
I'm busy talking about lunch. No. Early position has open King Queen O, and the hijack has 3-bet pocket jacks, big blind, with pocket tens. What do you think about the tens from the big blind, Dean?
2 options. That was one of them.
Wow.
The other one was just all of it. But I think that most of the time it's going to be all of it. But they make a very nice fold based on this situation.
Not too often you have 121 big blinds in a day one, but our
Mate,
chip
speak for
leader
yourself.
Ton Chan Trung does. Yeah, look, I think that tens are one of those hands that they're too good to raise fold. And I wouldn't love a raise call. And yeah,
It was just all of it.
Very tricky spot. Yeah,
It was,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah. It wasn't a
That's what I'm-
huge amount, right? Like, I think the 4-bet all-in was going to be, was it like 35 to 40 bigs or something like that? So it's not an
Yeah.
unreasonable jam size.
No, for sure. But yeah, I think I'd have to be pretty certain about
Your opponent.
yeah, pretty certain about what my opponent's I guess range is, as you would
You
say.
can fold tens to me, and that's what any day you want, mate.
Well, yeah, I happen to think that people are pretty pathetic a lot of the time. So
Especially me.
it's not what I'm saying, but if that's how you want to wear the shoe, game, you're welcome to.
Yeah. Sanduls asked what the starting stack is. It was 80k starting stack. Can rebuy at any time up until the start of day 2. And Turbo 1D flight just started about an hour ago as well. So if you decide that you no longer want to be in this flight, you want to get into a new flight, you can do that as well.
Sandul, our friend, the Twitch chat manager. I'm going to ask you the same question, mate. You get 3 meals for the day, and you never get to eat again. What is your breakfast, lunch, and dinner choice that you would like to choose? And you can't choose Mongolian beef.
Well, we already got told that that's just marketing from Sandil, so it's definitely not going to choose that.
I know, but I'm just letting him know he can't choose Mongolian beef.
Simple answer from Sandil.
Meat.
Brazilian
Good
barbecue
answer.
the whole way.
Oh, man. What a good time Brazilian barbecue is. Zhong Chen in the big blind deciding what size he wants to choose here. Looks like he's gone he's gone big. He's gone to, what's that, 12 bigs? He is particularly deep with the cutoff, so, you know, the deeper we are, in general, the larger our 3-bets can be. However, the small blind is not going to be able to continue, for sure. I said that as a troll. For sure is not a word that Dean or I or Corey have been able to use all week.
The jiggity's getting around. This is a mighty big 3-bet.
It's huge.
Just a casual 12 bigs. Jacks is one of those hands that if you were to say the majority of people out there play in that sort of a fashion, right? Like if people bet abnormally large, for some reason it often finds that they have jacks because they just want the hand over.
Yeah. I think, well, There's just so many boards that you hate with jacks, but you know how strong of a hand it is as well. So you've really got to find that balance between what's aggressive and what's a bit maniacal. I think 12 bigs is probably too far, too unhinged.
Especially what appeared to be a very small open from small blind, right?
Yeah, from
5.5.
I think it
from
was
small
opened.
blind to
I think it
the-
was opened in late position, and then the small blind called
Ah,
with the Jack
okay.
10 suited, and then
Sure.
it got to Dong Chen in the big blind with jacks. So he really, I guess he really wanted to try and define the range of hand from the hijack open, but the hijack open is pretty uncapped. So if you do get called or get squeezed on, it's gonna be a situation where your jacks are not doing. Yeah, agree, mate. Definitely a bit of an exploit versus small blind. Potentially maybe he has a read that the small blind is in a gambling mood or is going to see more flops, knowing that rebuys are still open.
This is a big jam, by the way, from under the gun
Yeah.
2 for like 17 bigs.
I was about to say.
Gets snapped off by a big blind with ace queen very reasonably. We just go to the races. Let you call this one, Liam.
Yeah. Sure, no problem. 10 deuce 5, ace queen still behind the pocket sixes. Turn is now a 6, which will be the end of this flip. The ace on the river is inconsequential. Pocket six is going to double, and the ace queen will be short. Lao Cheng with just 15 bigs now. Yeah, it's interesting, Dean. I find it very difficult from early positions to have anything else other than opens, unless I'm particularly short. So, for example, if I had 7 or 8 bigs, I'd probably be sending that in as an all-in jam. But most other hands, I'll be finding an open rather than... most other stack depths, I'll be finding an open rather than a jam, purely because there is still so much power in 8 to 10 bigs. And, of course, it's very, very unlikely that you would be doing that with an extremely strong hand. So when you have so many ranges to get past, in the sense of, there's another 5 players with hands behind you, you really, I think, just sending the chips off to war without a gun a lot of the time when you do that.
Fine.
Pocket eights for Tuan Chen Trung. It's going to open to 5,000. Lao Cheng in the small blind. King 10 suited. It's going to find the call. I like that. Probably had a bit of an itchy trigger finger to jam, but from the early position open, a lot of that opening range from early position will contain hands like King Queen, King Jack, that kind of thing. But of course, King 10 suited, too good to let go, so elects with a call. Ace 5 7. Pocket 8 still out in front. And Pocket 8's going to take it down with the C-bet.
Running. Okay.
他说他给我了是吧？别给我了，给我，再给个也行。他呀，啊。 就算祝我生日快乐。You also tired, right? You also tired from yesterday?
So, how's your day been, Liam?
Very tired,
Yeah, pretty good. It was a late finish for us here last night in the stream. So, yeah, I think we finished stream 5 a.m. my time in Brisbane. And I think that was probably 4 a.m. Korea time. So I had a bit of a slow start and then spent the day with my family. And yeah, just doing some odd jobs around the house. And had dinner with the zoo before logging in to finish off tonight's session. How about yourself? We had a bit of a late start. Did you get up to much before starting today in the commentary?
No, not really. Slept in until like 11:30 or something like that, and then yeah, went to lunch with them. Went to a German cafe, had some bratwurst. It was pretty good. And then yeah, just chilled out a bit. Just had some dinner in my little break just before, while watching a bit of the football.
What did you have?
Bangers and mash.
Question, how do you cook your sausages?
On a frying pan.
Interesting. Are you an air fryer guy?
Do not have an air fryer.
Interesting. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to send Dean off for the night. I can't possibly have a conversation with anyone who doesn't believe in the power of an air fryer.
Come from the guy that
joking,
doesn't
but-
like burgers.
Mate,
Outrageous.
burgers are just a waste of good steak.
You're outrageous, man.
No, I'm
I
joking.
think we need to get a fourth commentator who you can solely commentate with, and me and Corey can just go solo, just always tag team together, you know?
Yep, look, fair enough. Sandal, I'm not sure if this is the same Tony T that we had the other night in the high roller. Very
With the mask
familiar. Yeah, very familiar look, but I'm not sure. Without saying too much, can't really see his face clearly.
We'll double check.
Dean, tomorrow, me and the family are going off to see a dinosaur exhibit, which I imagine my son is going to get probably cast as a dinosaur.
How are
think
you
they
going
will-
to sleep through that?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? I thought that's what you did at family outings, was just have a bit of a nap and snore through it.
No. Narcolepsy is something that used to happen to me quite often, but not anymore.
Oh,
Dean,
that's.
of course,
I would
referring-
like to say that the green sheep might have something to say about that.
Dean, of course, referring to the other night where I finished at about 2 a.m. and I was up at 6 to start my day with the family, and we went along to a live theatre performance, and I didn't see a lot of it because I found a pretty comfy chair and had a nap. So.
I even hear you got asked what your favorite part was, and it was basically the opening scene was a bit that you remembered.
Yeah, essentially. The opener and the end.
Me and Taylor had a good chuckle about it. I love getting good goss from Taylor. It's so good coming into commentary.
I had no idea my wife was a snitch, but you learn something new every day.
It's a lot easier for her to snitch when I've already got part of the information, when you'd already sort of given me a little bit, and then I was like, oh, I heard this
Alluded to
happened.
it.
Yeah, then I can... It's a lot easier to just extract information when she feels like she's already... you've already told me most of it, you know?
Agree.
So... Definitely not going to throw Taylor under the bus here. It's all your fault, mate. I really hope Taylor's watching this stream on another TV and just like pissing herself laughing that she got you.
I have a feeling she's watching The Pit, which is a show.
Me and him want to watch that. I've only heard good things.
She's a huge fan. I can't think of anything worse than watching it, so she watches it while I'm doing other things.
Fair. Why don't you like it?
The name of the show eludes me. It's a show about like an emergency ward at a hospital, and it was like from the 90s or something like that. Do you know the one I'm talking about?
ER?
Was it ER? Is there any others? Yeah, so I don't know. I never got into ER as a kid. And,
No, neither did I.
and it just reminds me of that. I think that like one of my pet peeves in life is waiting for medical professionals. I think that sometimes the amount of time that you wait to see them is quite disrespectful. So, you know, the idea of watching a medical program just doesn't light my fire.
Fair enough.
It's a very privileged position to have to be, you know, whinging about having access to good healthcare where we can go and see doctors at any time of the day. So I'll check my privilege a little bit and be thankful for the Australian medical system, because there are plenty of other countries that would dream of having what we have. So I do apologise to anyone. I don't know. Grass is often greener, except for when you live in Australia.
Apparently. I reckon the grass is...
100
Do you reckon the grass is pretty green in Mongolia?
I mean, Sandal would... I think he would think it's pretty green. I'm looking forward to visiting Mongolia and hanging out with him. I'm just inviting myself for lunch with him. Let's see if he's still listening. Where would we go for lunch, Sandal?
All I know is you're eating meat based on a few of these...
For three different meals of the day, you'll be having meat, and meat. Yes, he is listening. We've got him.
How much of Mongolia, as a percentage, do you think is inhabited by people? I'm not asking you, Sandal. I'm sure you probably know this, but I'm quizzing Liam.
I'm going to say something crazy like 14%.
Oh, that's a hand. We'll come back to this. You're wrong, but we'll come back to it because we've had cutoff open to 5k, small blind 3-bet to 17.5, and our big blind rip in the 15 bigs. 15 bigs? That doesn't seem right. 25 bigs, sorry. With ace king. I think cutoff's going to get away from this now for sure, but... Clearly, I do not know what I'm talking about. Cutoff does come along. I would now expect small blind to fold after this action, but what do I know?
It's one of those hands, right, that, you know, if the cutoff folds, small blind probably calls, but if the cutoff calls, small blind probably has to fold. I would.
Yeah,
think
there's definitely
would
some
be
spots
my-
where you're just like, I'm doing the opposite of whatever this guy's doing, right?
Yeah.
I am pretending to be professional.
You are very rarely ever going to be live or ahead in this sort of space with ace queen. Like, someone's normally got your number. Like, this isn't that often like jacks and tens. There's normally an ace king or something like that, or even a bigger pair in this sort of mix. Open 3-bet, cold 4-bet jam, and despite all that, the original raiser still rejams 5-bet.
What is going on, Dean? Are we just playing? Are we playing reverse poker? You and I?
Yeah, I mean, me and Corey would do that. Me and Corey, I think, we got 1 out of 9 of what people actually did earlier.
Yeah. I mean, the chips have found their way in. We have 2 players with ace queen offsuit, and Huang Wai Nguyen has ace king O, and he's a huge 74% favorite.
Yeah. There is 2 queens out.
Oh, gut shot.
They've actually improved.
Gut shot.
The diamond doesn't turn anything.
Ooh,
Thank you
That's a-
for the triple.
that is a gigantic pot. Ace king gonna triple up. Well and truly out of the danger zone now.
So back to my question,
Just
Liam.
going to quickly
How
make
much?
some notes, Dean. Well,
Oh yeah, this guy. I'm trying to teach him stuff. I'm trying to educate him about the world.
carry on with your education, mate. I'm happy to listen.
All right. It is under what you suggested. You suggested 14%, and it is under. It is a very, very small percentage of Mongolia that is inhabited.
Dean, I have a question for you, and I've done some research so that I can ask the question. Which country is less inhabited, Mongolia or Australia? Do you know the answer before, or is this something that you're guessing on?
Oh, I was going to use Australia's example. I knew the answer beforehand, but I actually know the percentages now because I was looking at Google while we're doing this.
Yeah, I was too. By the information I found, less than 10% of Australia is inhabited by people.
Inhibited? You mean inhabited?
Inhabited.
Yeah. Yes, it is. It's like 95% of our population is in like 2% of Australia or something like that.
And in Mongolia, per square kilometre, it's approximately 2 people, and in Australia, it is approximately 3.5 square kilometres. Sorry,
Just
3.5
just to
people
interrupt,
per
Liam.
square kilometre.
We have a hand brewing. We've had a raise and a call by queens, and nines have flopped top set.
Yeah, I like
Check
this
call
flat.
from top set. Check, check.
Wow, that went check, check.
Went check, check.
Crazy.
The backdoor flush has come in, but it has paired the board as well.
Do you
Queen's
think
not
the pocket
loving
nine's
life right now.
fine to double if it's not an ace?
Yeah.
Probably, right?
Oh, well, if it's not an ace and not a queen, obviously, just to put that out there.
Thanks for clarifying that, Dean.
You're welcome, mate.
Wow, and the queens get away from it and don't put another cent in. That's an impressive hand from him.
Yep.
Sometimes we do happen to get married to our hand a little bit, but he's seen through the red flags and got out of the way.
All right, Liam. So Mongolia, percentage of Mongolia that is inhabited. Did you look it up? Did you find it out?
Yeah, I did. Yep.
0.03%.
What?
That's what I was getting.
No, it can't be.
It's basically the entire desert country.
But there's 1.5 million square kilometers, and there's 3.5 million people.
Doesn't mean that
Australia
3.5
has-
million people aren't in a very small area of it.
I think you and I will have to go on a Mongolian adventure to count how many people and find out where they live. Have you got 20
I know.
years of your
We've
life
got-
free?
Sandal, give us the facts from an actual Mongolian.
From an actual Mongolian, not a fake one.
Not a fake one. Not like Liam's going to be in 20 years after counting everyone.
I'd be so tanned.
Do you know what else comes up when you
Ooh.
Google Mongolia? How many baby mamas did Genghis Khan have?
I don't know. Sandul, how
More
many
than
kangaroos
1,000.
per kilometre squared? That's a great question. I actually don't think there would be... I don't know. How many kangaroos do we have, Dean? Do we have a lot of kangaroos, or are they just pests and...
We've got more kangaroos than people, pretty sure.
Do we actually?
Oh, I'm pretty sure. It's definitely up there. There's definitely countries where we, like, our kangaroo population can take, like, 4 humans on per thing. Yeah, it's 42 million kangaroos when our population is 26 million.
Wow.
And that's down. We had 53 million kangaroos in 2013. So yeah, more kangaroos than people.
What about platypus, Dean? How many platypus do you
They're
think
endangered,
exist in
mate.
Australia?
Not enough.
Do you
If I
reckon
was to
it's
have a
less
guess,
than
man.
100,000?
Yes, definitely. Like, I would say significantly less than 100,000.
Well, apparently, somewhere between 200 and 300,000 is the rough estimate.
Outrageous. I thought it was a lot less than that.
Sandul, are you familiar with Steve Irwin? The late, great Steve Irwin. The crocodile man. The crocodile hunter. Maybe it's before your time.
I thought it was after your time.
Nah. I'm pretty old.
I know, that was my joke. That's why he was after your time.
Sandul, he has a zoo approximately 1 hour from my house in Brisbane. So when you come to Australia and visit, we'll make sure we go and see the crocodiles at the zoo.
Sandul comments that he's a legend.
He is a legend.
Fine.
So there is a poker player's birthday
Ace 6
today.
off opens and Ace 9-0 jams. I'll leave this one
Yeah,
to
this
Dean
is-
to call.
This is the leftover of the Ace Queen hand. And we have a lot of chop outs now. That is not one of them though. That is not one of them either.
Dean, that's a straight for Ace 9.
I know, that's why I said it wasn't a chop out.
The dealer did not recognise it, I don't think. They might have missed it. Actually, no, they didn't. They pushed the pot in the right direction. Of course they saw it. They just moved the cards.
Mate,
Wow,
come
wouldn't
on.
know.
This is RDPT plus. The dealers do not miss things. I've seen one misdeal in like 40 hours of poker so far. It's been very impressive. So, Liam, it's a poker player's
sir.
birthday today. Great, lovely
Who?
dude. Jason, the Australian Colombian.
Jason Badugo.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Jason. No doubt spending the day with his son, I would assume.
Juan Roman.
All right. Yapeng all in with ace 8 up against King Jack. Can he spin his 6 blinds into something? Quickly, Liam, which hand's winning? King Jack, ace 8.
King Jack is my pick.
Low diamond would be nice. What will that do? Oi! Liam gets there on the river.
Bingo
Such a
bango.
Liam thing to do.
歇一下，今天歇一下，今天休息一下，后面打一个那个神龙吧。歇一下。
这个主在明天还是
Lower，明天再看。Lower，这道 ten，这 three。
20个 BB 啊？20个 BB
至少得12万。对，30个 BB，2400，得30个 BB。
好，祝各位好运，好，再见。
Very pleasant exit. Wave to everyone, said goodbye. I like it when people are respectful at the table, you know?
It's a nice change from the way you behave.
Do you remember when I busted a min in the mystery bounty?
Yes.
因为拿手机应该被他们收了吧？
Oh, that was unreal. Oh, so do you want to tell the story or should I?
Nah, you got it. It's better from a third party, I reckon.
So, Dean and I were at a poker series in Australia called the APL Million, and it was a mystery bounty event, wasn't it, Dean?
Yep.
There was probably 180 players in the room, for this day too. Maybe it was less, but it was definitely more than 100. And our table combined had maybe 6 or 7 million in handed mob results. So we had an extremely tough table, but we also had lots of deep stacks. So average big blind on our table, I think, was about 40. So for a mystery bounty, it was pretty pretty disappointing. Anyway, Dean happens to get into a pot with Amin Riazadi, who was one of Australia's most winning poker players in the last 5 years.
And best looking.
And Dean and Amin got into a pot where they played a ginormous pot. Dean ended up opening, I think it was pocket eights. And Amin called
gun one or something.
Yeah, gun one. So he opened, a pair, early position, full ring, and pocket queens. I think, did he 3-bet or did he flat?
No, he flatted pre.
He flatted. So he flatted to trap, and then the flop came. I think 8-5 deuce. So 8-5 deuce for Dean to flop top set, and the pot just ballooned from there.
It actually goes check flop.
Flop was check. Turn was bet.
Another deuce.
Raise call.
And
then river was bet or maybe even jam call because Amin's hand was so under-wrapped. Anyway, so Dean manages to find the only way that he can bust one of the best players in the room. And after he does, Dean then says to Amin, who is one of our very good friends, "Hey, Amin, do you want to pull the bounty for me?" As Dean is still stacking his chips. So it was a very, very quick needle, which Amin enjoyed as much as us.
Amin didn't even take it as a needle. He was generally like, "Oh yeah, I'll pull a bounty for Dean." Everyone else is like, "What the hell just happened? How did Dean just fire that off into Min?" Losing.
Rano Sutler here, up to absolutely no good with King Deuce on the button. He's putting...
Yeah, it's about 75% of the river.
It's a beautiful hand from him. We were too busy having a chat to notice it, but Rano absolutely redlining that pot, turning his king high into a bluff with somewhat of a range advantage. Very hard for his opponent to have played a straight like he had. So...
嗨，Flo， 美女，他电话，让他收一下。电话没收，电话。手机是吧
Seat 3. New person to the table. Sits down, full stack. About 32 bigs. All in. Ask for the triangle.
Not a fan
What else
of
are you going to do with
being
ace
on
seven?
stream.
Or just has plenty of money. Apparently there was a lot of this going on in other tournaments. Just people just coming in and just basically just ripping their entire stack on non-stream tables. Are we the year of the horse? I feel like we are.
I'm an 89 model. Are you also?
No, I'm older than you. I'm 87. I meant this year currently, as in like since Chinese New Year 2026. Not us as a collective.
I don't know. Yeah, Year of the Horse.
Yeah, I reckon this is why we've got the horse on the table.
Interesting.
Yeah, all in again. Oh, he just open rips ace 7-0 and actually wakes up with an ace king. Back to back hands, all in. This could be fun if he just keeps this up.
I mean, nines surely is not good enough to call.
Look, against a normal 3-bet jam, sure, but if you are thinking that your opponent is just jamming every hand, then and maybe even dark. Well, there you go. King Jack comes along. So nines. What is nines going to do now? When King Jack ogres come along. Oh, King Jack O only actually has like 8 bigs.
Yeah, it has 8 bigs. Yeah.
Let's see what Dong wants to do. Call.
He calls too?
Yep.
Everyone is gambling. Right, so we have Ace King O. Oh, did a 4th hand.
There's another. Yeah, that was. I saw something. This guy with the face mask also got it in there, which it wasn't being picked up by the graphics.
Yes, okay.
I think.
So we have a 4-way all in: Ace King, King Jack, Pocket Nines, and Queen 10 suited.
Who are you picking?
This is unlike anything we've seen this week. I'll leave it to you to call. I'm going to call Pocket Nines. No, damn it.
I'm going to put Ace King. Ace King takes the lead, and it is literally down to a Jack or a 9 to change anything. Ace King scoops the entire lot. We lose 2, and Dong Chen has just eliminated half of his stack with the 9s as well.
Still got 30 bigs though. Still plenty of playability, but I imagine he probably didn't expect it to be a 4-way all in.
Not at all. However, our new player to the table with a fresh stack of 80k has now spun that up to 92 bigs and 229k by being all in 2 hands in a row. That is a very healthy stack. All right, let's see if he continues with this all-in aggression. All right. The Ace King is making the rounds. Quang goes 3x with the Ace King from small blind. Oh, from small blind. Fair enough. And Dong has called with the King 2 suited. Again, reasonable.
We got some gambling happening.
Check, check. check again
This one-
with a.
This one definitely favours the big blind a little bit more. He's going to have more hands that he does need to call with facing a raise. Dean, I didn't click how big that raise was pre. Looks like it was close to 3.5 bigs.
No, it was 3, but it was from small blind.
Yeah. Okay.
So like it's a BVB pot. Like the 3 was, if anything, slightly small.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I misunderstood the positions.
It took me a second when I first said it. I was like, oh, 3x, and then I realized it was small blind v big blind.
Yep.
We'll let you off with that one, mate. Don't worry.
Thank you very much.
I have so much FOMO to be playing some live poker right now.
Yeah. It was pretty fun last night. I had, you know how when you're playing a lot, sometimes you don't enjoy playing. Like you feel like you have to, but you just kind of end up going through the motions. Do you ever get that?
No.
Okay.
Not really. I used to occasionally get it where I was getting like antsy and I'd be trying to chase the game rather than let the game come to me.
Yeah. Yeah, you were trying to force
it
the
too
pot
much.
rather than yeah.
So, but nah, I've always loved the game. I always want to be playing poker.
Yeah. I guess for me, you know, and I know that I've spoken about it a little bit this week, that my own poker journey for the last 12 months has been pretty frustrating, but had an early double in the flight of the main event in Brisbane that I played last night, and when you got lots of chips, it certainly makes for a more fun game. So, yeah, it was a welcome change.
Hugely.
I played one spicy hand, Dean.
Oh yeah.
I started the hand with about 75 bigs from the hijack into a small and a big blind who were probably folding too much. Anyway, so I just decided I would open. So I opened.
And are you the covering stack or?
Yeah, I cover everyone. So I opened 10-3 suited.
Spice.
Flop comes. Yeah, it's way too wide.
Who's called? Who called, mate? Come on, tell me properly.
So the small blind came along, and
Okay.
the big blind defended. Flop came ace 10-4. Small blind checks, big blind checks. I decided to check back because I didn't know.
Deny equity.
Yeah. Anyway, and I turn was a 3. Small blind led for 6,500, so I now improved to 10s and 3s.
Yes.
And I raised to 16.5, so another 10,000, which was, I think it was about another 8 bigs. Nah, would have been another 6 bigs maybe. And he called. And then I really was very nervous. I was like, oh God, I think he's got me here. Anyway, river was a 10. So
It's hard to be
small
bad
blind
now.
checks. Yeah, small blind checks, and I bet 30,000. So I went about half pot. He flicked in the call. What hand did he have, Dean? It is ace 10-4, 3, 10, and on the river I bet 30,000, which was about 15 bigs at the time.
Can I get a percentage of shockingness?
Pretty shocking. Pretty shocking.
All right, so it's either shockingly tight or shockingly loose.
The river.
I'll lol if he had
for me-
scores. I'll laugh if
the
it was
river
scores,
bet-
but
The river bet for me was probably closer to 40 bigs because it was. No, sorry, it would have been about 30 rather than 20. So
Okay.
you've said pocket fours is one of the hands. What is? You get one more guess.
I'm going to go with something much lighter. He leads. What would he lead with and then call? Did the turn the 3 bring like a backdoor flush draw at all, or
No, it didn't.
so like
The only draw
Badoogie
that-
turn?
Yeah, Badoogie turn, but deuce 5 had it straight.
Surely he doesn't have deuce 5 from the small blind.
No, deuce 5 is not it.
Deuce 5 is not it. Like ace 7.
So your
Oh.
2 guesses are pocket fours and a7.
Yeah.
Was pocket
I
fours?
thought about saying king queen. Pocket fours?
Pocket fours. How well did he play his hand? For him to not go
exceptional.
broke, I think he played the hand exceptionally well. And
Yeah.
I said to him at the time, I said, man, for you to still have chips, like you couldn't have played the hand any better. Like specifically, when I bet 30,000 on the river, I went big enough that the guy could feasibly check raise all in if he had fours or threes. And he somehow managed to survive. I guess he gives me ace 10 and pocket aces as well, which makes sense. But yeah, I thought that was actually a pretty cool hand from him. Obviously, I was.
How nice is it
far too
just
wide.
to open way too wide? Someone gets you, flops bottom set. You actually check back, which I don't even know is what I'd be doing. You then turn 2 pair. You raise the person that has you absolutely bent. You get there. Just running good, mate. It's the bad streak's over. You should just start playing tournaments full time. It's over.
No, I mean, it was interesting, right? Like sometimes you do something and you catch yourself in the moment. And you go, "What am I doing?" And that was basically why I decided to check back the flop, because I was like, well, you know, they expect me to see bet this one, and I actually have connected with it in a somewhat stupid way. And it was just
You might have
cool hand
actually-
in general.
You might have actually cost yourself money by checking it back.
Yeah, maybe, but
Because, I mean, depending on how they play the set, whether they go for the check raise or whether they just flat the flop. But if they flat, you turn 2 pair, you go from betting like 33% to betting like sort of 50 to 60% on the turn. They then either flat or re-raise you then. You're probably not just folding 2 pair at that point. You river the book and you can get it all.
yeah, I think it's a bit like
Or you get away from it on the flop when he check raises you.
yeah. I think
But
it was
it's
just one
fun
of those
getting there,
hands
right?
Yeah, for sure. Where we see Rano Sutla with pocket twos flopping bottom set, and Z Ye with a 9 high flush draw going to call.
And Quang with
Nice.
top pair.
He's in a lot of trouble.
A lot of trouble. 0%, in fact. Not a nice place to be, 0%. So,
What do
Drew
you think?
definitely looks like they want to just attack every hand that they enter, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty easy jam for Rano here.
Oh, very much so. And you're kind of like winning either way, right? Like if he actually does fold his specific flush draw here, you just fold out a whole heap of equity for very small amount, or you get the call and you just running it. You win the bot, right? Like either way, it was a great situation for Rano there.
Yeah.
It was a red
River
card.
is
but
the
not-
offsuit 3. Rano Sutla,
Oh,
our high roller crusher, doubles to 145.
Sandul wanted some. He wanted some violence. Sandul called the diamond on the river. Sandul.
Hey, Dean,
The box, Sandul. Yeah.
this prize pool has just cracked the $3 million mark.
US dollar mark. Damn.
Unreal.
Is in
We're going to have a 15-minute break, guys. We'll see you shortly.
KYC really crazy, calls king 6 suited but doesn't defend king jack suited. I agree with that, and I can definitely guarantee you that CVJ here also does it. And Top Grunt seems like he's supporting Cobster.
John Sai's going to get a chance at redemption with a King Jack this time, but I have a feeling that this one might be even harder to play. Tony has a hand that he can certainly be going ahead and rejamming against a button open for 20 bigs. Tony is the table chip leader.
Right.
Yeah, but we have seen him be very snug and very safe when it comes to pre-flop, and while he has been playing safe, he has been playing aggressively. And he continues the aggression here with a 3-bet to 1 million. This is not what I was expecting to see either, Dean. I figured we'd either see the all-in or we would just see a more conservative defend.
See, I'm not a huge fan of the defend with ace-10 O. I don't mind it with ace-10 suited, but I think that with ace-10 O, our hands are so strong, doesn't play as well, that we just want to be ripping it in his eye. But now, they're both going to be playing this awkward pot. Very awkward pot.
I mean, 2 hands ago, John Sai folded King Jack suited facing min raise. So I assume that the King Jack offsuit is going to be folding to the 3-bet.
You would think so. Nope. All in.
I'm so
what
good
do you
at
know?
this game. I'm
You're the best.
Absolutely. I'm out of just on absolute fire today.
Does anyone want to start making some money? And I can just bet against whatever Corey says. I would like to start gambling. Seems like a pretty sure thing. Take the opposite of whatever Corey says.
Gambling at all to me. Not so far. I mean, I've just had to pick my jaw up off the floor because I'm just so confused.
It might work though.
Yeah, it could work. I mean, it like probably will. This is
Ace-10 O feels pretty gross at this point, right?
Yeah, Ace-10 makes a pretty good rejam for 20 bigs against a button open, but it doesn't make a good 3-bet call.
Is our boy Sandul still in the chat? He should be. He's generally been hanging out with us the whole time. Yes, he is. That is snug. Ace-9 suited in the bin from under the gun too.
That is snug.
He just knew. He just knew.
Good timing.
Nevin. You give a good player good cards. Good things normally happen. Do you reckon maybe our opponent saw the reflection of the cards in those very, very reflective glasses?
Yeah, I think that's what it was, yeah.
Yeah. Tony T. Generally playing pretty snug. I couldn't imagine Tony calling this one, to be honest. What are you thinking is the bottom of 16 bigs?
To defend or to jam?
To defend.
Probably weaker than King 6 off. I think we can certainly flick into defend here against the button open.
Oof. Spicy.
Yeah, interesting flop here. So Tony actually, he doesn't know this, but it's actually a really good flop for him considering how close to dead he was pre. Top set here, still only 66% equity. Just the 6 high flush draw. It might not be strong enough of a draw to actually stick around.
According to Tony T, it is good enough. And he turns the flush. A weak one.
Yeah,
Third
but a flush
weakest.
nonetheless.
But a flush nonetheless.
The set of aces is all of a sudden downgraded pretty significantly.
Now having
This is not
6
the top set
clean
you're looking
outs.
for on the final table.
No.
Stack to pot ratio of less than 1 here. Don't think there's much reason to make that any shallower with our top set on the turn here.
Yeah, you don't need to do anything. Yep. Again. Time bank. Just thinking through this, Nevin. Look at that. Newen in the background, though. Slurping up noodles as good as he slurps up chips at the table.
Got to be hungry work. Final tabling high rollers every day.
Yep. Does go check, check. Does the board pair.
And Tony will stay ahead with the 6 high flush.
What's your feelings about Tony's ability to lead here?
You can go smaller. You want to use like a block bet size, which is looks like it's exactly what he's picked. Just trying to like
1.5 bigs.
yeah get a crying call from something like a 2-pair type of hand, maybe a set. Maybe every now and then we get called by like a top pair that just doesn't believe us. We're trying to get called by not so strong hands, and when that's the case, we want to use not so big bets.
And as turn our hand and as folded if we get raised, I'm assuming.
Yeah. We can't really bet and call off.
What sort of hands would you turn? Would you balance this out from a bluff perspective? Would it be something like 5-6 that doesn't have anything? Knight and 5-6 and no heart that you call the flop with the straight draw for a small bet, and then.
In theory, yes, but it's very, very difficult to actually pull triggers on a bluff in a spot like this, which is why that block bet is going to be so effective. Where on a final table, there's short stacks around, there's ICM. It's a pretty insane spot to pull the trigger on a bluff, given that the size you need to pick is your entire stack to make it effective.
I was more meaning from Tony's perspective, like with his block bet.
Sure.
What's he balancing out where he doesn't have the like aces beat or a pair beat and stuff like that.
I mean a 6-5 suited is going to be the obvious choice. You can turn a 7 or a 4 into a bluff on the river here as well, though.
Yep. And he's basically up to 20 bigs. Juhan, Jack 9-0 in the cutoff in the bin. And the player that came in as the chip leader is now down to sub 20 bigs. Continues to fold. However, I don't think Konstantin is folding this ace-3 suited from the small blind. Does complete. And this should be interesting.
Yeah, this is a hand that probably is going to play best just as a jam. We're 20 effective. We can put the ICM pressure on our opponent. We really want to deny equity from things like Queen Jack, Jack 10, King 9 suited, like all this stuff that's super, super live against us. We can deny equity from those. And also, Konstantin just simply cannot call a jam without an absolute monster hand. So many short stacks floating around. It's just not worth the risk for him.
So he's gone to about 3.2 big blinds. Not the jam as you'd suggested, but at least a healthy raise. What was Konstantin's thoughts here if this happened? Did he have thoughts about limp raising? Yes.
It looks like the answer is yes.
Did.
And this is the issue with the sevens, and we actually saw a very similar predicament for Tony as we approached our final table, where he found the 3-bet with the ace-10 off against Zhang Sai's king-jack offsuit. We found the 4-bet jam in that situation, and Tony was forced to 3-bet fold his ace-10, 3-bet fold the best hand. And he's in a situation now where he may be forced to fold the best hand once again.
Yeah.
This would be a huge call to make. It's going to leave him with 10 bigs if he calls and loses. And once you see the limp jam from your opponent, now putting the chips in, we're not denying equity at all. We are just hoping that our opponent's making a move. And if they aren't, it's really not a good spot for us to be running it.
Yep. Yep. And I like Konstantin's choice to do this with their specific stack as well, with 20 bigs. has enough fold equity to actually make this work. And yet again, Tony T is pushed off the best hand because he's been electing to not just put the chips in pre. Definitely can do different things later in later positions. And then, yeah, open jams ace jack suits and then opens to 5x with jack 10-0. Definitely an odd, some odd play there from Zoo.
Yeah.
Tony T, though, has a very pretty hand here.
It's important to note when talking about like the bottom stack, like there's the general heuristic that the player that has the least number of chips doesn't have so much pressure on them, and that rule will generally hold up. And as a heuristic, it is generally speaking reliable. But it's important to ask and keep in mind why the player that's the shortest doesn't have so much pressure on it. And it's because when we think about these sort of spots where they can just take high risk situations and just sort of run their equity and try and build a stack, it's because they're very likely to be the next one to bust anyway. When you're
Welcome back from the break, everyone.
Thanks, Liam. It's the nicest thing you've said all week.
Dean, a few familiar faces on this final table, but for both of us, none more familiar than Andres Vasquez. For a long time, Andres was grinding the Australian circuit, but he is now one of the more dominant forces in the international scene, particularly around this part of Asia. And I'll have you know that Andres, 2 weeks ago, won the main event in Vietnam at the Royal Poker Tour. So he's coming off the back of some awesome results as well. Yayun Lu. Sorry?
I said they haven't got it in his hand in yet.
No.
Red Dragon onto it though. Like all the tournaments are already in. As soon as they're like results, basically they're in straight away. So he's got stuff from here.
Crazy.
Nothing from.
He's got stuff in the last couple of days, you mean?
Yeah.
Unreal. Admin team working overdrive.
Definitely.
Look at this. Did that go back call or not? Just check river.
No, bet 18.5. Cool.
On the river?
Yep.
What's a man to do? How's he meant to win the pot if you're just calling down with
second pair on a 4 flush board?
4 flush board. Tough gig, this poker sometimes.
It's the key, mate, against these Colombians. You just hit the call button.
Yeah, very true. That has been at my peril many a time.
什么？
So, where do you reckon Andreas and Jason are ranked in the all-time money list for Colombia?
Andreas would be above Jason. I'm going to say Andreas would be maybe 145th.
In Colombia?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Jason?
Jason might be 210th.
I'll give you a hint. Jason is
How far
17th.
Andres is in the top 6 then?
No.
Top 10.
No.
Is Jason in front of him?
No.
I'm lost.
He's 11th.
Funny.
I was
You knew
answering
that- you knew
your
where that was
your
going,
questions. Yeah, yeah. I mean,
I'm no good at
you
guess
did
who.
guess like, yeah, clearly. However, number one is in Colombia is miles out in front of anyone else. Farid Jetin, 10 million in earnings. Second has 2.5 million.
你10万？没有，我这零钱比你多。哦，对对对对对。
Have you done the research as to where most of that result came from? Was it a World Series main or something like that?
For the number one,
Yeah.
no, his best cash is 746,000 of his 10.2 million.
Just an overall crusher then, huh?
人家把
Yeah.
小毛还好你没冲动，去圈圈二的名号牌。我守对。第二大的守对。那这个面转牌就破。我感觉你应该上个底是不会偷我机。有圈吗？可以可以。真的假的？咋知道不信你？我为什么说你？ 还好没冲动了。我操！我为什么说你这手牌啊，你没冲动呢？那总是有我说的原因的。
谢谢大家不杀之恩。
They even had a couple of Aussie scores back in 2019,
国内吧，你是什么东西啊？
Did they?
2020 at the Aussie Millions. They had
Wow.
31st in the Aussie Millions in 2019, and then second in the 25k PLO at the Aussie Millions for a cool 337k Australian.
Wow.
And then one came back, so gets second in 2019, comes back, wins the exact same event the year after,
录音配一下啊，正好
and then also wins
正好他大王要
the 25k challenge at the Aussie Millions.
魔教呀，你要给他舞台
Just
啊。
I mean, I reckon he might be pretty good.
the 2020 Aussie Millions, which was the last Aussie Millions, right? That was the 2020 was the last one, because that was right at the start of COVID. They took home. What was it? $1.35 million in that one series.
That is a couple of bucks.
Not bad. Crusher.
18000。 Okay.
Alright, so we have an open from hijack with the 7s. A flat from the button with 10-9 suited. And then a 3-bet with the ace-queen O. Which was quite a small 3-bet as well. I'm not a huge fan of the 3-bet sizing here. When they've opened to 6k, and then they
3x out of
got a
position.
caller
Yeah, agree.
with a caller as well.
Yeah.
So I think should have definitely been a bit bigger. It's just so easy for both players to come along in those spots.
Cool.
Ace Queen has this absolutely locked. I'm not sure what 10-9 thought was going on here. It is a tiny riverbed as well. This is tiny. It just puts it in the bin.
你进来干嘛呢？非把我带进来？我有牌啊。我也有牌啊。没我带啊。
A little bit of the haves and the haves not on this table. 4 players above 70 bigs. And 3 players with 22 or less. And just Andreas in the middle with 40.
AK。
差一点手牌我就死了。
你下顺啊？嗯。35啊？
他过牌你要射他了。对啊，过牌我肯定射他了。
哦。
Out of position.
我没看到他有牌。
Dean, I don't know if you remember, but the lady on the screen, I think she's in seat 3 or 4. Do you remember her much from the bounty tournament the other day?
Sorry.
No.
I was very impressed with the way she played the game, so I'm looking forward to having her on our feature table.
Excellent. I will keep an eye out. Another odd, very, very small sizing from small blind.
筹码放在扑克牌旁边。哦。
What was that all about? Just moved his entire chip stack over. Bets 5k. And Andreas lets it go.
我被停牌了是吧？
We have a click up to 5.5, no, 6k with ace 5-0 from under the gun 1. We've been seeing a lot of this in this tournament. If you've got an ace in early position, it doesn't matter how good the ace is. If it's an ace, people are just opening it.
Yeah, I have a feeling that a few of our players on this table are probably looking to maybe look for an opportunity to spin a stack because Flight D is still in registration as well. And I have a feeling that, correct me if I'm wrong, this was an 80k start stack?
Correct, it is. And you can also buy into at the start of day 2 as well.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah. Everyone here is just really looking to spin. Ace 5-0 won't get it done 8-handed though.
你别推了，我不信你，我99都被你打破掉了。
但是你对罗老板没有这个。我有牌的。看你最近成绩那么好，我想夸你。
Very similar, like the Ace 5-0, Dean, the Ace 6 suited from early position. Off only 15 bigs.
15
I don't
bigs.
see a lot of I don't see a lot of merit in opening this one. Not only do you have to get through 6 other hands, you also have to play this one out of position against much deeper stacks. So, and what do we do against a 3-bet? We just have to fold. So,
Let's see if
really
Liam
in
gets
no
this one
man's
right.
land.
Yes. Oh, okay.
Now, does Tan do what Liam says to do? Nope. All in. 4-bet jam.
I don't know. I quit.
In front,
Just
by the
kidding.
way.
I've already quit. They're never getting rid of me.
No. They can't quit something you do for love, mate.
生产还没来呢，生产先做完。
I love the big sigh.
39500。
3-bet with ace deuce. I've been 4-bet all in. What do I want to do here? Yep, it's still a deuce.
Is he praying or looking at charts in his head?
Or, like his fingers at the moment, is a little symbol. By the way, I'd like to point out, Liam, this is a 3.7k Australian buy-in. $3,763 Australian dollars.
I know what I'd rather be playing. This or a 27-player Centurion.
Yeah, sure.
Well, if you ever need coaching about how to blow up a chip lead heads up in a Centurion, you let me know. I'm your man.
Do you reckon you'll ever live that one down?
No one really brings it up, to be honest. I'm the one that brings it up. So, yeah, I think I kind of lived it down pretty quickly.
Think you're far too nice for people to tease you about it?
That's it. Also,
Which hand?
I just tend to fire back.
Which hand do you reckon I hear most about? The
Out
one
of that
you think
particular
of?
tournament?
No, in general. If I am teased about one hand in particular, is there one that
From
sticks
me?
out? No, just from everyone.
Oh, there's so many. First, I don't know. First, my brain goes to you losing your mind about losing with aces on the bubble of a 5K. Is it actually a hand, or is it the fact that you bought in Solana?
Sorry, is it a hand or what?
Is it the fact that you bought into Solana?
No, the one I get the most harassment over is the King 3-0 on the Centurion bubble in Sydney.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember that one?
I actually do remember that now that you say it. I did not think about it at the time. Do you hear about it all the time?
Nah, not anymore.
But for a while after it?
Yeah, for a while after it. But I think it was mostly because like I put up a ridiculous explanation as to my thinking of the moment. And
Yeah.
I thought it made sense. And I still, like, my theory behind what I did, like, in my head still makes sense. But I know that it's not the correct way of thinking, but I was just explaining what I thought at the time. And apparently that screenshot did the rounds of many group chats for several weeks to come.
Yeah. Don't worry.
But that's fine.
That's in the past now compared to other screenshots that have gone around.
Like what?
Oh, you know this the Chat GPT photos that were going around of
Oh
people
yeah.
pulling chips out of their pockets and stuff.
Yep.
We've had a grueling year in Australian poker for scandals.
The scandal.
Yeah.
We've had a grueling 5 years for scandals in poker.
It's very true. Do you reckon we can get the RDPT crew to do a RDPT plus Australia series?
Where would they host it?
Perth. 6-hour license caps. 50k
I
cap
knew
prize
you were going
pool.
to say Perth. Let's put it to the decision makers at RDPT and ask them if they know where Perth is.
Southport Sharks.
Yeah, they'd be able to get one flight of this tournament in that venue,
Yeah.
and that'd be it.
I'm sure there's some big convention centers that they could do it at, right?
Maybe.
You know how like the Aussie Millions back in the day, like they wouldn't just use the poker area. They would have to go. You'd have to sometimes like, oh yep, you're moving over to that. You're going over to that convention center. You'd have to.
Oh
walk
yeah,
up
you're going
a
up to the
while.
blackjack room. Yeah.
Yeah, or just like completely like having to walk through some tunnels and stuff and going into a completely different building.
Looks like we've had a jam from Ace 5-0 from the button for about 14 bigs. And everyone gets out of the way.
啊，对的，说话杂，然后不合体，对。
Vasquez hasn't been the most chatty person at the table.
No, in general, he's pretty quiet while he's playing. He's very friendly and approachable off the table, but he's very, very in the zone when he's at it.
The hijack flat with 8-4 of hearts.
Table.
And the button has 3-bet to 13k with 7s. What does 8-4 of hearts want to do here? You're in for 3k, you're in for 13, right, Liam?
No. Just yeah. No,
Hey, he's pot committed. What are you
definitely
talking about? Pot committed. Look at the value he's getting. Not the flop he was looking for with 8-4 of hearts, unfortunately.
in for 3, in for 13, as they say.
Yeah, I don't know. He flopped a backdoor flush draw. I don't know why he got out of there. He was getting great value for 9. Okay.
What do you think of this size on the turn, Dean?
I'm not a fan.
It's essentially 1/5.
Yeah, but it's
20%
also
pot.
like weird, right? Because the dealer is a 3-better. The dealer's the one that c-bet the flop, and then Hongzi under the gun has then led for 1/5 pot on the turn. Donk leading. So I would like to see a raise from Thing there, but we just get a flat. Not sure how I feel about that, but sure.
Min Tang Tran has probably the worst hand he's going to have in 3-bet pot pre-flop. It'll be very interesting if he thinks he has enough showdown or if he has to turn this one into a bluff. He doesn't have a spade. He doesn't have ace, queen, or jack, which means that his opponent can have any number of straight draws.
He
But-
also has less than half pot,
Yeah.
so it didn't matter what he was betting. He was not getting a fold.
No.
And
It just begs the question. I mean, sevens aren't going to be strong enough multi-way. Would have much preferred to see him jam pre,
yeah,
then take that action.
that was a very frustrated fold. That was not by that guy. That guy is very jovial. And the gold.
那已经到时间了。
All right, win, clicks it up
8000。
to 8K. A little small for my liking, but and I don't like that fold, to be honest. I like the raise. Sizing's a little small for me, and then when you get such a small price, I think you just have to click into 5-4. What do you think, Liam?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes they play your hand for you a lot of your time. And you can definitely flop straights, and sometimes you can flop trips, and, you know, especially in position too, right? Was he in position?
Yeah, it was small blind. It was small blind v big blind. That's why I was saying
Yeah.
it's exceptionally small. Like, it's not even 3x from small blind. It's 2.6 bigs from small blind, which I just think is way too small to elicit any folds. But it did elicit a fold, so
Yeah. J, June, July, Dean, you and me, we're there.
are we?
I'd like to think so.
We will see. Okay, under the gun 1 has gone to 7K. Fairly reasonable sizing. A 6-0, not a fan of that. Do we get a 3-bet? No, we just get the fold. Nice and disciplined there from your favor of the table. Not speaking of disciplined, Queen 8 from the small blind 0. And then Vasquez calls with the Queen 10. Probably the most reasonable play of the 3. And gets rewarded. with the best hand. There was a bit of a side check there from Chen. Don't know if you saw that.
Oh,
Turns an
trouble
8.
for Chen.
No side this time. Andreas set to make a lot of chippies.
What size did you choose? 15?
Yeah, definitely on the larger side. I don't understand why +1 is 0%. But that's okay. Unless, oh, maybe all the aces were already folded.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Andres is pretty in tune with his surroundings. You mentioned earlier that he doesn't do a lot of talking while he's playing. He is mostly watching while he's playing. So I would not
This
be
is a dream
surprised
river.
if he... I would not be surprised if he goes big, expecting his opponent to have an 8.
Yep. How big? We're talking 100, 150, 200%? How big are we thinking?
Maybe somewhere like 45,
45%?
45k, so like 80%.
Oh, 45k.
No, it's gone 30.
No one bar. Cool.
28,000. This is going to get snapped off here. And
Hongzi Chen definitely seems to be someone who loves to see flops, turns, and rivers. We all play the game quite differently. I imagine if he has a flush draw, he's probably not folding a flush draw too often. That's my read of the situation.
I think that's pretty valid. So, Liam, you've got 8 minutes.
Yes, sir.
And then you're getting
Yep.
tagged out to go to bed.
Okay. Yes.
Is there any words of wisdom, anything that you want to impart on Sandul and the others that are there watching before you leave us?
No. I would just like to thank anyone who is tuning in and keeping us company. Sometimes when there are multiple day ones, it can be a bit difficult to speak about the poker because, you know, sometimes there's just not a lot going on. So thank you for keeping us company, and hopefully you haven't found the non-poker talk too frustrating. It's the Australians in us that like to take things pretty easy and relaxed. As Yayun Lu turns the flush draw, Andres with
the gutter that they already have.
middle pair, no kicker. Looks like he's gone about half pot. Yayun with a flush draw and a straight draw. Just a 10.
I actually think he's gone 2/3 pot because it was just a limped pot and then check. So,
Dean, in position with a straight draw and a flush, a gut shot and a flush draw, do you sometimes raise when you're this deep, or do you just always call?
Yes. No, sometimes raise.
right?
However, sometimes. However, if this was what I thought it was, which was limp check, it doesn't make a lot of sense for us to be raising too many hands when the Andreas has the nut advantage on an A-side board. We're not going to check back too many ace-X. He's going to have some like really big he's going to have like the set advantage. We're never checking back aces, eights, jacks, or anything like that. Whereas Andreas could definitely limp those. $70,000 to call.
I think Andres is going to get away from it.
I think he is. Was that 70,000 into 26,000? This is like a 2.5, 3x pot bet.
I think so.
70,000 into 92,000. So yeah, which is 22. It was 22,000, and he's gone 3x and a little bit. River bet.
Very
Andreas
rarely gonna
definitely
be a
is
bluff,
thinking
right?
about it. Opponent dependent, but yeah, I mean, in generally, and especially in these sort of fields, I would agree. Andreas has given him the stare down, and I love it. Check out how that blood pressure's gone.
That's an intimidating stare.
Oh, definitely, especially through the gold lenses.
Andres with the deuce, do you think that is weighing into anything from him here? In the sense that if he had a stronger kicker, would he be more inclined to call? Or do you think it's about working out if his opponent has a hand like 9-10, Queen 10?
Yeah.
I
I actually thought you were more meaning the
he's
fact that he
taking
had the
time.
diamond. I think it's also just an odd sizing. You just don't see 300% pot rivers very often. And I think he's just taking his time to evaluate it.
I think someone has called clock. I heard
That's a bit
four
rough.
earlier. Yeah.
That feels a little excessive. I honestly don't think he's taken that much time, considering how this hand's played out. I do think he's just going to bin it, but
Yeah.
yeah, I think
He's just he's just really walking through the strat, right? Like, what is this? It can't possibly be a good hand, but how can it not be? You know.
I also think potentially getting a bit of a baseline. So if that happens again, you've got a bit of information. Maybe in the break you can suss out what they actually had. Use that with what he was picking up physically from the person as a bit of a baseline. Having a little chuckle together now, though. Good news, Liam.
Yes.
I just got a notification on my phone.
Yeah.
Solana up 4%.
Why do you continue to tease me about this?
I thought that was positive. Isn't that good?
No, I've been out of Solana for like 7 months.
Oh, okay. Why'd you get out for? It's up.
Can you text me your wife's number?
Yeah, sure, of course.
I'm going to call her and make sure that she locks all the doors and turns the air conditioning off.
Excellent. Well played, sir. That will show me.
Oh, I mean, you know, you don't deserve anything too crazy.
And now, after that little bit of Liam good news, there's good news for the rest of us. Liam is going to be tagging out for Corey. And he's not coming back for the rest of the day.
Sorry, guys, you're going to be left with Dean. Hopefully Corey can control him somewhat.
I'm really nice to Corey. It's great.
Yeah, I know.
It's
You
only
flirt
me
with
and you
him
that
all
have
the
this back
time.
and forth. I do. He calls Jack sexy boys. I don't know. What do you want me to do?
I don't know. That is a very
How can
unique
you
thing
compete
that
with
Corey does.
It's odd, but I let him have it. All right. Corey has a new link. Very shortly, we see Under the Gun 1 open. No, sorry, not open. All in the Jack 9 suited with their 15 bigs. What do you think about this one, Liam, before you head off?
What do you reckon I think about it?
I don't think you're a fan. I don't think you like open jamming from early position off anything lower than maybe 10 and sub 10.
Yeah, agree.
And the 10s are maybe. Am I right?
Yeah. Yep, I would agree with that. I just think that there's so much playability in stacks that are, 15 or so.
Oh, definitely.
I mean, you can open fold off those kind of stacks. Like you don't have to, you don't have to do anything too crazy. So, look, I don't know. I'm certainly not the best in the room, but I've been around a little while, and I don't think of too many hands or too many solvers or whatever. If you're that way inclined, can't think of too many.
Would like to disagree. I think that where you're situated right now, you are most likely the best one in the room.
Yeah, you're right.
You tell him, Dean. You tell him.
Oh, you're here. Thank you. Now you can put up with him, Corey.
Target,
right, guys,
get out of here,
pleasure.
Liam. You've got a bed calling your name. I'll wrangle the beast.
Yes.
Go sleep.
All right. It's been a pleasure, guys. I look forward to speaking with you tomorrow for day 2 of the Red Dragon Plus Championship. Enjoy your night, boys. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, Corey. As in, don't disconnect his microphone. All right. Talk to you tomorrow. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Thanks, Liam. Have a good rest. Talk to you
See ya.
tomorrow.
So small blind has gone all in, and big blind's called off with ace 8 for their 10 bigs, and ace 8 wins. And now small blind's the shorty.
There was a lot of possible chop outs heading to that river card, but the 2 of hearts, that's not one of them.
Definitely not. We've seen some crazy play, Corey. A lot of jamming.
Yeah, we saw something in our first session. Me and Liam covered some absolute nonsense in that first stretch we did of the last session of play. And doesn't shock me that it's continued. We've got about an hour and a half left of play here in our main event, Day 1C. So definitely coming towards the back end. Fodder around to Dre Vasquez in the +2 with the King-Queen suited. Spades are dominated here by Ye Yun, though. And that's not a call.
That is not. You just missed a river 300% pot bet with these two exactly playing out just before.
Yikes.
From Yayun.
You don't see that often.
No.
Folded back around to Dre, and with the King-Queen suited, this hand makes a pretty reasonable call against a 3-bet. Size isn't too big, our hand plays well, got good high card value. And we are off to a flop.
Also the 3-bet. The three bet is actually quite small, only 2.5x as well. Oi.
This could be dangerous for Andreas.
Mm-hmm. Thinks he has a lot more than the 5 outs he actually has.
Yeah, 2 overs and a flush draw is usually doing a lot better than 23% equity. But that 23% equity isn't the biggest of the problems. The problem is the reverse
It's if he
implied
actually
odds that
gets
he's
it.
facing.
Mm-hmm.
C-bet unsurprisingly coming in, and Ray is not going to be folding his hand. 9k, so pretty cheap as well. Wonder if he considers putting in a check raise with a draw as strong as this.
I think that's exactly what he's doing. Nope, he calls. My bad.
Oh, look at this turn card. Where he's sitting, sweating, wondering, is the spade going to hit and get him stacked? But he's going to find the king of diamonds on the turn. Not only does it improve him to the top pair, but Yaron's going to think this is a great card that he can represent. This pot's going to get big. Double barrel here. Of course, Yeon's still with that nut flush draw, and if he's able to find the spade, he is going to be scoring an elimination here, no doubt about it.
And that's about 80% pot bet on the turn.
Yeah, he means business.
Don't think he can fold a hand as strong as what Andreas has, though.
Most certainly not. Wonder if he's contemplating doing anything other than calling here, or if he's just spending the time.
I think he's just spending the time. I really do think just calling.
7 of hearts. It is clean. Dre thinks that he wanted a spade on the river, but turns out that this blank is exactly what he's looking for. 135,000 in the middle, 100k effective behind.
Does this just go all in?
I think the nut flush draw might actually be a bad combo to bluff. Because that's kind of the cards that you want your opponent to have. But in saying it, the triple barrel is going to look very strong. Check back. You see the wince seeing what could have been. Yeah, he shows how much trouble got his opponent in, but King of Diamonds, quite the bailout. Andreas here up to 235,000 chips now. Very healthy.
Very healthy.
80 bigs almost. What are we seeing here? Why did Tran do this?
He's been doing this sort of stuff a bit. Just like open jamming like 15 bigs and stuff like that.
Oh, hang on. Hold on. This must be...
That doesn't look right. That looks like 20,000.
Yeah. Okay. There's a graphical error. That's what must be happening.
Graphical
This
error.
looks like it's raised to 6,000 and a 3-bet to 20.
And then 3-bet to 20, yep.
Which is only slightly wilder than what we thought was happening. Aggressive 3-bet here. Wow, it's not going to
Jack
get through.
8
We're
comes
off to a
along in
flop.
position.
Only just over 20 effective to start the hand. This is a very loose call.
Very.
Wins top pair is way out in front here. 93% equity. $50,000. Bang. Effective jam. Tran just going to posture a little bit. Make his opponent sweat.
Mm-hmm.
Now, just putting it out there, I think we can bet smaller than all in here. I don't think that's
I completely agree.
totally necessary. Yeah,
You want to give
that's
your
a
opponent.
response, but-
Yeah, you want to give your opponent some rope to hang themselves sometimes. So going smaller with like a range, much better.
Yeah, especially when you have the king deuce specifically. Like we need our opponent to call us with worse than top pair.
Yep.
And jamming flop for a full pot size, that's going to scare out a lot of things that are worse than top pair. Suited connector going to open it up. Xiaxing
Very
with
low
the
suited
ace
connector.
wing. The almost the
However-
lowest.
Yeah, it actually, I don't think it actually plays too bad as a call here though, as like to the 3-bet with this particular hand. But it's not really something that I normally am opening from under the gun to. What's your thoughts, Corey?
Yeah, I mean, I would typically lean towards just folding this from the early positions. Looks like there's a little bit of confusion about Shonyi's action here. So this is a 3-bet to 14k. He's tossed in 25 with the intention of just running it. G here with the ace queen only starts the hand with 21k effective. So he's thrown in the 25k thinking, oh, this is enough to put him all in. Didn't say anything. So it's just been ruled as a call. So we've got 7,000 behind. And funnily enough, on this flop, you might be able to just check fold the 5 high for 7,000.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. You can't really be bluffed off 5 high. Because you just never really have the worst hand, right?
Yeah.
你推我也是投，我推你也是投，无所谓的，你也不用你看我。其实
Well, announced. No snap call. And yeah, you're getting, obviously, a very good price.
Yeah, he's calling.
And he does just toss it in, hoping to be alive, and...
He is.
He is live.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, at least that makes sense, yeah.
This is one hell of a way to die.
哦，
5 or a 4 only. Oof. Close.
That would have hurt. That would have been a really
That would have
painful
hurt a
way to
lot.
bust a tournament. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one side.
Go put your 4 million Korean won back in after losing like that.
Yeah. No thanks.
他不是演，是真的有点难搞。他们赔率不是演，
被架在火上烤了。
人家都。
Same level, yeah. So I guess like tomorrow they want to allow like lit rack for 20 bigs. Yeah. No. You have to register before the event start. So yeah, it's gonna
Okay.
be 2-4 tomorrow. So it's gonna
Interesting.
Be 20
So,
bigs, yeah.
Blinds are not up,
So yeah,
but we are
6.
into the final level. So our level 9 and level 10 are just both going to be 1500 3Ks. That's my understanding of what's going on here. Dina, am I correct?
That is odd, if that is correct.
Hongji is called out of the small blind with Jack 6 of diamonds here. This is certainly looser than you would expect. Tran way out in front with a pair of kings at the moment. He's checked back flop to try and induce a little something, but the only somethings you'll be getting are the chips that are already in the middle. Bet and a fold on the turn.
Tomorrow? I'm not too sure. I think it's still 60. Maybe day 3 is gonna be 90. I think. I'm not too sure though. Have to double check that.
All right.
You think it's 90 from tomorrow? Yeah. I'm not sure too. So I mean 90 is good. We have a lot of room to play. Yeah.
Okay, so yes, level 9 and 10 are exactly the same.
来点牌吧，我操！
Okay.
我他妈要么死掉，要么他妈翻个
Odd.
好烦啊！
确实很苦啊，
对啊，
Sure.
那你现在还是纪律性越来越好了。
不是推出去太难看了呀！
你还怕啥呢？反正一个晚上也没好看过。
啊？进步了。
我也觉得，我也是就这个意思，我就
要推出去太难看了呀。
Ace Jack suited for win here.
放过你都2-7了，你还
Up to 6.5.
那在下面跟这在
All the way around to Yun in the big blind of this 9-8 suited. It's going to be
Going
committing
nowhere.
at least another 3,500 to this
把
pot.
它干了才有节目效果。
那你稍微要有一个 A 什么的嘛，对不对？稍微要有点排列，不能一点都没有。
27代表勇敢啊。
Dan, I'm just going to step out of the booth for one moment. I'll leave you to take this hand for me.
You're welcome, mate. Ace Jack furthers their lead with a couple of hearts and nothing for the 9-8 in sight. I would not be surprised to see a C bet here. Goes just a quarter pot, very small C bet.
尿尿都憋在这里不敢尿，这个11个弟弟。
All
take it I didn't miss anything too exciting.
You did not. There was a C-bet and take it on the Queen 3 deuce, 2 hearts, no diamond, nothing near the 9-8. And that was all she wrote.
Well, it was fun while it lasted.
It has just started to absolutely come down outside, Corey.
Yeah, we've got quite a bit of water and quite a bit of wind here. Angie will take that pot down, still with the Jack 10.
还好，你很纪律的，你在下面。
下面你有没有看到我的牌？
听朋友讲起你口碑并不好啊。
哪个朋友？跟我去门口堵他。学校门口堵他。
What do you think he's going to do here with the ace-4 under the gun 1? Oof.
I would hope to see a fold. And we do this time around.
I was expecting an all-in for 15 bigs. I think if that ace-4 was suited, he was just going to rip it. Yeah. Honzi has just flattered the hijack. The old limp, the ace-7-0 in hijack.
Is that what you thought he was going to do with this one?
No. There hasn't been a lot of limping, to be honest.
Five four offsuit is going to raise.
Yep.
Well, this is not how I expected any of this to go.
No doubt 5-4 will win this hand when they c-bet. Even if it's a delayed c-bet. Oh, not now. Should have c-bet.
Yeah. Pair on the turn. And Yeun has picked up a gut shot, but yeah, he's just checked it down.
I don't understand this. I don't understand isolating the limp to then go check, 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 check. Like, check, bet, call.
Cool.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Pair.
你是哪次啊？你有9啊？
I do not get that at all. Don't get me wrong, I see the value in sometimes isolating those limps and trying to get it so that you're just playing against them post. But then show some aggression, like just before it gets to the river. Bet the flop. He just c-bets the flop, he just wins that hand.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, seemed like it was almost just aggression for the sake of aggression without so much of a plan behind it, which...
Yeah.
It's not going to...
And then the story
bear enough fruit.
The story didn't make any then sense on the river either, right?
No, I mean, he's repping, like, what, ace-9 that just checked back a bunch of times and then river to straight and start to go for it. Like,
But like,
sure, maybe makes sense, but...
Why would Yeah.
刘伟圈给法拉利加油。
Oh, here we go. This is what I was telling you about. 45k, 15 bigs
Whoa.
under the gun, leaving a K behind with the ducks.
This is too many bigs and too early of a position to be doing this in theory. I'm gonna
Mate,
just put it out there that
What did I tell you about your theory?
yeah, that's why the important follow up is coming. This is also going to be too many chips and too early a position to do this in practice. Do not try this one at home, folks.
Mate, you can tell
When
your
it works-
GTO story walking.
就不能说最好的。
When it works, we pick up 7.5k. When it doesn't, we lose 46. Something about risk reward
when it-
ratios here.
When it doesn't, but we still win, we win 90,000.
就是怕我们爆牌的
700
不公平了嘛，
You know?
Yeah, yeah.
我们没爆过。但是
No hand
try
is
this
dead
one,
against
Mike.
another hand
严
pre-flop.
格严肃对待。
因为他听不懂，不知道你们在说什么，他快结束了。
Right now we're rolling on the super hyper turbo. We are starting in 3 minutes.
盯着我搞了，
哪有盯着你搞的很大牌丢给你了？
我肯定领先你了，是吧？
Are rolling out the turbo button. The super hyper turbo. For button table number 3. And that's the button. The super hyper turbo exit number
看你刚才找尾保是吧？有找你，
刚圈配大不大？
我领先你。看直播回放。你这样把我打哭了，下次谁给你填词啊？对不对？下次不来了。
咱俩都是偏执的，好吧？
你把我打哭了，下次没人陪你玩了。我们都是朋友，让你难打死。
Doesn't look like they want to put the king 4 suited in the bin. But they do. Danji rips the 47.5k with the queen 5-0.
Yikes. Okay. This man is just going for it.
He's a happy dude.
Absolutely swinging for the fences.
Mate, you can still buy into this. You can still buy into the turbo flight that's also concurrently running right now, and you can still buy in tomorrow. So you might as well try and spin up some chips, you know?
Sure. I don't know how much you like 4 million Korean won. I like it a lot better than Queen 5 off.
小胖大满包扣我的，听他吹的得谨慎，是吧，小胖？
冇有冇有，
注意点啊！
刚好每次有牌。
Asking suited for Yayun.
Alright, first line for the super hyper turbo will be
Good discipline lay down to that 8-7 suit there from small blind. It's just a shit position, small blind, isn't it?
That sucks. Joshing with the ace queen here.
Seen him go in with a lot worse, so I very much doubt that he's folding this. I do prefer an open, but he's been jamming his stack, so might as well stay consistent with what you've been doing with all the other hands.
Yes.
Oh wait, no, he did raise to 10k. Sorry, it originally had 42k in there. And this takes it down.
That was really strange.
That was. We're surely flicking in the call here.
I'd be very surprised if we aren't. It's not that impressive of a hand, but it's the big blind, it's suited. We've certainly seen a trend of loose big blind defending in our last few days covering the RDPT Plus, and this is going to be an action flop here. Yeun with the top pair, but Tran 10-9 of hearts, good for middle pair plus a flush draw. See a bit coming through.
Is that a raise to 12? 13.
Obviously never going to be folding this hand. The question is, do we just jam the chips in now and run our equity, or do we just call and take this to the turn? We do have position, so playing it a little slower is not completely out of the question. That is the choice that he's going to opt for. King of Diamonds. Both players will be disliking this particular turn card.
It does add a straight draw for Tran, though.
It certainly does. Actually gives him more outs, but it's of course not privy to that information at this stage.
What do you think about this sizing on the turn? After check raising the 13. The quarter pot turn bet.
I'm not sure what we are trying to achieve. Obviously we get some extra value from specifically a 9 with a flush draw and straight draw. But yeah, we do just see the jam and the call.
$13 outs once. That was not one of them.
Yeah, not able to find it, and
We lose
Tran
Tran.
will be eliminated.
Final table.
Vô圈吧，番茄。
你们还有凯尔还 never fold。
它相当于 CU 嘛，相当于上这种话是 CU 嘛。还有够远。给了点牌嘛，我操！
We've got Ace Queen under the gun here with 16 bigs. And hello.
Cooler alert.
Win has been very patient. Been playing pretty snug, pretty well. And 3 bets to 16,000. Pretty reasonable considering the opponent has quite a small stack. And I'm expecting them just to get this in.
You might feel suspicious here, but I think you do just have to run it for this stack size with the ace-queen suited.
This is the first 3 bet I remember from this player, but look at this. They don't like it at all, hey.
Yeah.
They're putting it in.
Yeah, I can certainly understand why. We did see the 1 3-bet earlier from when in that Big Blind versus Button spot where she 3-bet bluffed the King Deuce. But apart from that,
That's right.
yeah, I don't think we've seen any others. Pretty sick here. And what is this flop? Insane. No board pair. The kings go down in flames. Nut flush on the flop. Bad beat here for win.
And that's why you just run your equities sometimes, eh?
That's it.
还是来玩一下啊，我是想偷他还是那个？
你好起来了呀！我操！
你前面那句话是你说的呀？
还是
还是我讲你的，
等待啊。
够纪律，够纪律。
我也有 A 的，我都不敢说你在跑马的时候。
那我自己枪手开最差这种范围。
放一。他说了你没有斗志了。
你也加油，我也在等待。
这打番后也打光了。
对，有为数不多的。
番后我们季老师会 check 到合体。
这边会打这3条 K 啊。
走不了了 ，blob 拉开来就走不了了。
反正我们季老师在前卫肯定是过牌的。
I'm going to get straight back on the horse here. King, Queen, up to 6k from the early position. No pair for either, but Joshing with the 7-6 has flopped a gut shot. These two did just go to battle a moment ago. Pretty brutal cooler that turned into a pretty bad beat.
Definitely.
Ace of diamonds on the turn. 2 flush draws now on board. Adds a gut shot to the mix for win. Delayed c-bet and a quick fold from the 7 high. She'll get the better of this one. Folded all the way around to the blinds. BVB linked pot brewing here. And what a flop
hello.
This is. Gee,
Hello.
not only flops the straight, but he's actually picked up a royal flush draw, which is blocked by Deji's royal flush draw. These guys both think it's a great flop.
Yep.
Wow,
GG.
look at this. Yeah, this has turned into
GG.
second nut flush versus nut flush. This is pretty brutal. Blind versus blind as well.
最近不知道发生什么事情了，可老实了，变了。
Check on the turn.
Everyone's trying to
Unfortunately,
trap
river in
each other.
fifth pair won't change it. Yeah.
Well, announced
All
snap,
but snap
call.
goal.
Bad news.
Yeah.
Pretty sick.
Very sick.
Zero pin, final table.
What's the famous saying? Don't go broke in a chopped pot, limped pot. Don't go broke in a chopped
Yeah, if
pot.
only it
It's
were that
definitely
easy.
limped pot. Yeah.
Yeah, second nuts versus nuts is a reasonable excuse to break the rule.
Yeah.
Bit of a collision brewing here as well.
Be interesting.
Queen
I don't mind a
Jack's good
3-bet
versus
from the
Queen.
King Queen. Cut off a V button. Looks like 9,000. 10,000? 10,000. Very, very small 3-bet.
Basically as small as possible.
Yeah, 9 was as small as possible. He went, you know what, I'll go a little bit bigger than that. You're not expecting to get folds when you 3-bet to that size.
Yeah, no. This ace on board might actually be doing some real favours for Wang here. The queen with the inferior kicker could have gotten him into a lot of trouble had it been the top pair.
Yeah, it looked like that way with the window card as well, didn't it?
Five on the turn, not going to change anything.
There are a lot of chop outs though. By a lot, I mean the 4s and the 5s.
There's some.
Yeah, that's probably more accurate than a lot.
There is a number of chop outs, and the number is not 0.
It is a non-zero possibility.
Bet of 11,000 here on the turn. It's probably small enough that you can stick around, but you're going to start really feeling like you've run into something.
Definitely doesn't feel like what it actually is, I can tell you that.
No, you are not going to expect to be running into a superior queen here. That is not one of the chop outs. Quick
Snap
check.
back.
Facing a snap check back, you might actually feel alright about the Queen Jack suited, but when we'll get the news, he's actually pipped here.
Super hyper turbo. The bets are up. 500 to 1,000. 1,000 per hand. Once again, your bets are up. 511.
他发现刚才 open 的是6000嘛？那为什么能对11万？
我不知道啊，他尽量都有些啊，他2币就有3币。2000不多了4000。
哦，是这样算的是吧？
我也不懂，
我也不懂，
我有点懵。
我们玩的那种都翻倍瑞士。
1000是吧？
对。
多大？合理。
New player at the table, Rosalie Petit.
sorry。就锦标赛是增量瑞士就行。
对对对。
安全。那理论上他越是9000也是可以的。啊
？23 minutes to go until the end of our day 1C here, guys.
我6000，
他9000就可以。
And I think in about, was it about 10 minutes, they've said that they're going to do a draw to work out how many more hands they will play. 10, 15 minutes. I think they'll do a draw to work out how many hands they're going to be played. Rosalie actually has piles.
Yeah, that's a mountain of chips she's brought with her.
Almost 5 starting stacks. Calls the undergun one open with King Jack. Oh.
Cool.
Hongzhu also calls with 10-8. On Andreas. I mean, he's not folding, but does he ever squeeze? Nah.
Super deep here with the suited ace playing a spot where, yeah, you could be up against someone playing inferior spades and just set yourself up to stack them for a 600k pot. That's a pretty attractive proposition here.
Really is.
And Dre is actually the only one to catch a pair on this flop as well.
And to be fair, even if you didn't, the ace high was still actually good.
That is true. Checks all the way through, and the ace high is no longer
changes
good.
Things. It was actually a very interesting card for a lot of people. That 10 gave a lot of straight draws to the other two as well.
Yeah, it was a little something for everyone. bet of just 5,000. I'll stick around for that price.
Yeah, it's hard to
Chen will
fold a
take
pair
it
for that
down with a pair of
price.
tens.
This is going to be a big prize pool. Gory?
It's going to be monstrous, dude. Absolutely monstrous. We might end up paying someone like nearly $1 million Australian dollars.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if we get it to be a billion and one. Under the gun limps the King Jack O.
Not what I expected.
No. And the worst hand of the three takes the lead. Big blind with 9-3. It's not looking very appealing though.
That's going to happen in the limped pots though. Diamond on the turn
Yep.
does become a factor. 9-3 still has that covered.
Mm-hmm. And elects to have a stab. And we'll take it down.
Should have been bigger. White 35 when you can go 45. That bigger will more.
Alright, Ace Queen's definitely good enough for at least a limp.
Surely.
Oh, we get to see 6k. Well played. A+.
Nailed it.
Where's Jen going with King 7 suited in the cutoff against Under the Gun?
You what?
He will raise to 10,000. The ridiculously stupid small 3-bet size comes out again.
Yeah, and I don't
And
think it's going to be eliciting any folds this time either.
No.
And
It might
funnily enough,
elicit
it's
a
actually
4-bet,
done
though.
something here. It's
They got
gotten
the
the
king
big
ten out.
blind to fold a hand they would have defended.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that, yeah, you're right. It might just get you 4-bet.
They are calling chips. No 4-bet. Six, Jack.
Yep.
King 10 of clubs is
spade's
looking
not
alright.
anything. Yeah, it certainly is.
Attention dealers in Day 1C for the championship event. Complete the hand that you're on and deal 4 more hands.
Another
Once
6.
you have completed the 4 hands, raise off the 500 value chips. Once again, complete the hand that you're on and deal 4 more hands. Once those 4 hands are completed, raise off the 500 value chips.
And that river. See,
That'll make their
is it
swings
just
pretty
to... Yeah. Is Hong Kong just doing this just to see boards? Like trying to take control of pots to be able to see like full runouts?
good. Couldn't tell ya.
I'm really surprised it's not like when it goes check, check, flop, check, check, turn. That ace queen doesn't have a stab at that point.
Yeah, I'm very shocked. I mean, I guess he's just trapping, thinking surely his opponent's not going to click it and check 3 times, which, I mean, doesn't seem like that crazy of a thing to hope for, to be completely honest. But yeah, it's not going to work out.
Alright, the clock has been paused. And I believe that they've done a draw coring to determine
Yes,
the
so we
amount
are
of
going
hands
to
that are
play
left.
4 hands. 4 hands, and then we're going to wrap things up. Send these guys home, bag up those chips, and bring them back for day 2.
Which will be tomorrow, starting at midday Korean Standard Time.
Yeah, so we still have one more flight that's running on the outer tables. So we don't have the complete prize pool numbers yet. We'll obviously have that for you guys ready tomorrow.
I don't think we will, mate, because you can still buy into day 2.
Well, I mean, we'll have it not that far into tomorrow. But yeah, you're right. There will still be people registering in the morning. As long as you are in before start of play, you are welcome to buy a fresh stack. And yeah, I assume we're going to see
So for 20
that
bigs, by the
utilised
way,
plenty.
it's 20 bigs is not the worst max late reg in the world, I can tell you that.
No, it's a great max late reg. I mean, nearly... it looks like 60% of the field or something has busted. Oh, wait, am I... No, yeah, that's about right. Like 60% of the field in this fly is already out. It's a beautiful max late reg with 20 bigs.
Yeah, very, very profitable.
If you guys
If you are
in
in
Jeju right now,
there.
get there. Definitely get
tomorrow.
there. Yeah.
只打4把牌了是吧？ No.
And a little bit.
You know the number.
Ace 2 for win. Assume she will be passing this one up. Did you have the Jack 5 Diamonds limp on your bingo card there, Dan? You can tick that one off.
I did. Yeah, definitely.
Well played.
It was right. I put it in the center. I put it in the center of my bingo box.
Wise man. We do see the ISO from the 5-4 of hearts as well. Around to Rosalie in the big blind. 6-3 offsuit will be relinquished.
You're not folding now.
Yeah, I mean,
4K
once you
in.
limp it, what are you going to do? You will limp and default to a raise? Off to a flop we go.
Exactly. Now,
Luigi
I
with the
believe
Jack
this
5
is
has his opponent dominated.
This is the same sort of a situation that we had before, where it then went check, 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 and then a river bluff with 5-4-0 that then that got snapped off by like fourth pair. If you remember that.
Yeah. Yep, I do remember that. That was a weird hand. But this time, there's a flush draw in the mix.
Last time, if he did this, would have won it very quickly. This time.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunate.
Now he has to fire. If he fires all 3 streets and there's no diamond on the river, he will win it, but it has to be no diamond. And it isn't. He has the second nut low here with 5-4. And with the amount of draws that missed, I'm feeling like he kind of needs to just have a go at it with 5 high.
Yeah, you can't be checking this one back. Yeah, great river bluff here. Beautiful triple barrel.
你有投机吗？你有投机吗？哦。
Dre getting people to show their hands.
Well played.
Picking up information.
I believe that's 2 hands to go. And we'll be wrapping this one up.
Yes. That is my count as well. There we go. Hijack limps the 3s. The 2s, sorry. Under the gun limps ace king. Hijack limps the deuces. And no doubt we'll probably just have a check back of the king 10 here.
What is going on here? The ace king under the gun limp.
See the eyes? He's feeling a bit shifty here. Check, check. Yaun says 1 big blind's enough to try and protect my underpair to the board. I don't know that it is.
Yeah, I think for 3k, ace king will probably stick around.
Yeah.
There is some counterfeit outs here against Yair's deuces as well.
It looks like he wants to lead. No, he checks. I think he's just doing a bit of psyching out. Gets to see the river. Ooh.
Pretty scary looking river.
4 card straight. Check, check. Deuces win. Vasquez has a look of him like, what the hell is going on here? 1 and to go. But we will be back with you for the start of day 2 tomorrow. The commentary will start at 12:30 Korean time. And we'll be starting back at 2,000, 4,000. All right.
Ace king in the small blind for win. Last hand.
Facing a cutoff open. What are you thinking?
I think we make it 25,000. Yeah, something like that.
Looks like 22 if I was to have a guess. Oh no, 24. At least we got it up to 4x. Ace and in the bin.
And by our count, that is going to be the end of day. We'll see how good our math is if the dealer starts tossing out some more cards.
No, they're pushing racks towards people. I think that is the official sign that we are done.
Beautiful. Well, it's been a blast. Guys, we'll be back for day 2 tomorrow. If you guys were listening really closely, you would have heard Jordan in the background mention we've got well over 3 billion Korean won in the prize pool already. That's going to grow tomorrow with some max late registrations. We've got a whole heap of money to play for over the next few days, and it's going to start getting really serious from start of play tomorrow. Look forward to seeing you all there. Dean, look forward to speaking with you again in the booth. But for now, let's all get some rest.
Sounds good to me, mate.
We'll
Have
see
a good
you all
night,
tomorrow.
everyone.
你抖音叫什么名字？我关注一下。
我没有抖音
啊。
你可以关注城中的理财。
这也是一半。
这要写什么呀
Day One C， 比赛名称 Day One C，Day One C 气泡积分牌，然后你们的姓名，这里填写这个卡片的号码，那卡片大的那个号码哦。
？Day
Day
One
One C，
C， 然后这儿。